Okay, morning, council. How's everyone today? Good. I would like to call the meeting to order, and I will confirm that we have a quorum. However, Councillor Withey will be late joining us this morning. He is somewhere with car trouble, so we don't know what time to expect him, but everybody has observed the form that shows movers and seconders for the meeting. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Schumacher and seconded by Councillor, oh, I can't do it, not seconded by Councillor Withey. Can I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Stone? Moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Stone, is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, February 24th, 2021 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? And that carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Nothing today. Great. Council, there is some work going on in Town Hall, just outside the council chamber. So if that noise, if you start to hear that noise interfering, let me know and I'll mute more often than I might normally. So we have some invited and ceremonial presentations today, and the first one is A New Leaf, Muskoka's Climate Strategy, and Kevin Boyle from the District of Muskoka is with us. Kevin, are you there? If you'll unmute.
Oh gosh, the most popular term. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You have a screen to share, I think?
I do indeed.
Okay, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Madam Chair, is the screen visible? Excellent. I saw a nod there. Well, thank you very much for having me, through you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Council, as well. I'm happy to present A New Leaf, Muskoka's climate strategy today to you this morning. I'll take a quick moment to thank our steering committee that helped develop this. And we want to give a special mention to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Municipalities for Climate Innovation Program, which has helped cover my salary for a period of 2 years to help develop this. So our Muskoka's climate strategy is a set of integrated actions that is intended to increase the district's resilience to climate change impacts while decreasing our emissions. So the idea is to build a resilient community with an evidence-based approach, and it does sort of require an all hands on deck. So it's comprised of 6 pillars. So there's our MCAP, which is our corporate climate change action plan. Then we have our corporate greenhouse gas initiative, a community greenhouse gas initiative, education and outreach programs, partnerships, and then of course, seeking and securing funding opportunities. With areas like our partnerships, we partner very close with a number of nonprofits and NGOs, like the Watershed Council, of course, the Muskoka Steamship Discovery Center, the Trillium Lakeland District School Board, Climate Action Muskoka, the Health Unit, Dorset, Georgian Bay Biosphere Reserve. So we maintain a strong regional partnership to help advance some climate actions, both to support and get support in change. Also, for the educational components, we're working with the Muskoka Steamship Discovery Center on an exhibit that they're putting together for sustainability and climate change, as well as a speaker series that'll be coming up in this spring. We're also working on some road salt programs, some citizen science sampling programs in schools, some curriculum-based programs as well. And then lastly, or number 3, we're working on funding. So we recently applied for another tranche of funding for our floodplain mapping project. We're happy to say that that was passed on from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs to the federal government for consideration. So we're hopeful that that could be an opportunity. We're also looking at some other FCM grants around transportation to reduce greenhouse gas. And we consistently look for grants that can help action on some of the actions that are within our plan. Now, of course, we want to make sure that we keep our approach flexible. So the foundation on which all of this was built is started much before I was here. So climate change has been embedded into our official plan. It's embedded in our strategic priorities. Projects like the Golden Pheasant Solar Project have been underway, as well as a number of feed-in tariff projects. Those are where the foundation of all of our climate-related activities have grown from to develop into a new Leaf Our Climate strategy. So this isn't new, and that's one thing that I've always been very happy to say is that Council's always had a strong mandate in climate change through the official plan, the strategic priorities, through pursuing floodplain mapping, the Golden Pheasant Project. And with the federal government's release of the Healthy Environments, Healthy Economy plan, there's about $15.2 billion worth of funding for somewhat climate-related projects. Also, Infrastructure Canada has released another $6 billion for these projects. So that puts us in a position where once these funds are released, we can try very hard to access them. So now we'll move into the MCAP, which is our Corporate Climate Change Action Plan, and some of the greenhouse gas initiatives. But I know I'll keep a look on the clock there, Madam Chair, because I know I'm tight here. So the Muskoka Climate Change Action Plan, what is it and what does it do in practice? Well, it's based around our 5 strategic priority themes. It has 23 sort of high-level goals with 84 actions. And what it's designed to do is designed to increase the resilience of the district to climate change impacts as we anticipate them toward the middle of the century. It's also designed to reduce some of the greenhouse gas emissions associated with our operations or our programs. So those can include vulnerability assessments of district buildings and infrastructure. We could be looking at culvert sizes or IDF curves, the intensity duration frequency curves, to address increasing frequency of precipitation or extreme weather events. It could be looking at greenhouse gas reductions through green fleet assessments or through assessing our EV charging infrastructure. That could be doing a cost-benefit analysis of a regular runabout car versus an electric vehicle car. Things like charging stations, level 3 stations, require some significant electrical infrastructure. So those are things that we've started already and that we'll continue to work on. There are also things that once complete, sometimes we'll be able to share them with the area municipalities for their consideration if they want to pursue a similar project. We also have actions that will increase our sustainability through planning around sustainability and green development standards, and actions that will help the district respond to and recover from extreme weather events, whether that's better tracking damage from flooding or extreme weather, which hasn't been done that well so far, which is really extremely helpful in getting grants, and we can use existing systems, or through our greenhouse gas initiatives. For implementation of the Muskoka Climate Change Action Plan, it's not seen that we would do all of this at once, but we're going through a process of prioritizing actions that most benefit the district. And also by looking strategically at grants that can fulfill those actions. The other thing we want to do is we want to take as many actions that have side effects or benefits for our area municipalities as well. So we have a number of projects that are already underway. Like I said, the floodplain mapping project was concluded in 2020, and the new GeoHub was launched earlier this year, which is really a neat tool. We have our greenhouse gas initiatives. We have a number of educational initiatives. We're looking at our EV infrastructure. And so there are a number of stuff that there are actions that are already underway as we look to prioritize the rest of the plan and see how to roll it out. In the actual plan that's located on our FilePro right now, you'll be able to find detailed implementation charts at the end of the MCAP report. So they include details around your actions, your timeline, general cost considerations, which departments are responsible. And so we're reorganizing that into a tool where you can quickly access what actions your department has and what you need to do moving forward. And now we move into our greenhouse gas initiatives. So our greenhouse gas initiatives are both at the corporate level, so specific to district fleet, buildings, operation, and then the bigger project is a community-wide greenhouse gas inventory. To date, we've completed our baseline inventories for both our corporate and our community wide greenhouse gas initiatives, and we were awarded milestone 1 from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Partners for Climate Protection program. And that program has over 450 municipalities as a part of it, including Huntsville itself, and is one of the sort of best practices or ways that municipalities use to reduce their greenhouse gas through a 5 milestone, a 5-step or 5 milestone process. So, the idea of doing a greenhouse gas inventory, it's very hard to measure or to manage what you don't measure. So this gives us the ability to know where our emissions come from, how much emissions we create, and very importantly, how much we spend on these emissions. From there, we can target strategies and actions that will not only reduce our emissions, but hopefully create efficiencies and also lead to savings. This approach aligns with our official plan and our strategic priority, and follows the best and most recent science. And looking at my time here. So in conclusion, what we'd like to say is that we feel that our climate change action plan is fairly comprehensive, and that we're covering both the adaptation or climate resiliency components, as well as our mitigation components about decreasing our emissions. And we feel that there's a lot that we can share from our plan with area municipalities for their consideration if they choose. And we think that we're on the right approach. But I also would like to just throw it back to what the federal government minister, or the environment minister, John Wilkinson, said back in the fall. Achieving our goals will not only be challenging, but will require leadership from every region of the country. And I can say that I am very pleased to work for an organization that has shown leadership in climate change through the official plan, through their action strategic priorities. And I can also say that I'm very pleased to live in a community that has a number of groups that are doing similar things. The Watershed Council, Climate Action Muskoka, our Steamship Discovery Centers, Georgian Bay Biosphere Reserve. And so I feel like I've been set up in a very good position to be successful over the next year or two, implementing this plan and assisting municipalities with their own goals as well. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Kevin. I'll get you to stop sharing. Perfect. And I'm going to open it up to committee for questions, if that's all right. Committee, Councillor Thompson.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Kevin. Kevin, a couple of things that you mentioned. First of all, the road salt program. Where are you there? Are you looking for alternatives to road salt or mitigating the use of road salt, or where are you with that? And then, Madam Chair, I have another question after this too, if I might. First of all, though, with regards to road salt, Kevin?
Through you, Madam Chair. With road salt, specifically around your first question, our engineering and public works team have been doing a trial they started last year, and they were comparing sort of rock salts, a pre-wet and then a pre-treat, I believe. I don't have all the details in front of me right now, but from those trials last year, they were continued this year because it was shown that there was a reduction in the amount of salt actually applied. A lot of that deals with bouncing off the road and staying put. But I guess the other thing that we discovered was when we went back the next day or the next morning for another application, the roads that used pre-treated appeared to have didn't need to be salted again. And so those trials continue because of health and safety, of course, and regulation service levels, but they appear to be successful, and so we're continuing them. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, and sorry, Councillor Thomas.
Yeah, thank you.
I could explain some of our other projects as well, if you'd like. So also currently we're working on a sampling project for schools that would be a citizen science project, and we're partnering with a number of school boards, so we're developing that. We've filmed a video that is designed to, which isn't quite complete yet, but it's designed for residents and businesses on proper applications of salt in terms of amount and clearing snow techniques. And so there's a couple other initiatives that we're currently working on to reduce road salt, because we do know that has a serious impact on our waterways, but also some studies have shown that there's significant infrastructure damage. Elliott Lakes Mall collapse, for example, was heavily impacted by salt, and even places like Dalhousie University spend $15,000 just repairing the inside because of road salt. Thank you.
Councillor Armour?
And one other, if I might, Madam.
Oh, hang on, sorry.
Yeah, Kevin, with regards to, what's that? Am I allowed to go ahead, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please do. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Your Worship. Kevin, with regards to the floodplain mapping, we heard from the Mayor of the Muskoka Lakes at a recent council meeting that there'd been no cooperation or very little cooperation or a lack of cooperation from the province with regards to this. How are you finding that particular process with what you're doing?
Yeah, so I mean, I suppose my part of that process involves dealing with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in terms of the administration of the grant, as well as they're the conduit with which we put in the grant that I just wrote for our second phase. So fortunately, I've had great experiences dealing with them in terms of answering questions and sort of guidance around developing the grant, because the grant turnaround was very quick. And so that's those are the provincial entities that I deal with in terms of flooding. So I don't generally deal with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry often. So the only thing I can really comment on is my own personal experience, and that's been with MMAH, and it's been good in terms of grant administration and grant applications, although it is slow, and having that layer between us and Public Safety Canada can be confusing sometimes.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, my question had to do with road salt, and Councillor Thompson beat me to it, so that's good. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Kevin, for presenting. My question's kind of a two-pronged question. And that is, the first part is, I know you've presented to both Gravenhurst and Bracebridge, right? Or maybe others as well. So I'm curious about the outcome after that presentation, what Bracebridge and Gravenhurst decided to do as a next step. And the reason why, here's the second prong of my question, which is, I've been approached by CAM, by Climate Action Muskoka. They really want the town of Huntsville to also pass a climate emergency motion similar to the districts. And personally, I think that's a great idea. We'll be talking about it later. But I also wanted to get a sense from you where the linkages are with the district. If there are certain things, areas where you think it would be good working together, what parts of the district's motion would be beneficial to us, and maybe there's a link to Bracebridge and Gravenhurst as well, given the outcome to theirs. So two-pronged. Sorry about the length.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a challenging question. It's a great question. In terms of climate emergencies, I really feel like each council has to make its own decision on what's appropriate for them. And I do understand that our area municipalities have more significant challenges in terms of staff resource time, as well as just financial resources, which makes it difficult to say create a climate plan when you don't have staff resources and you don't have the finances to do it. Where I see the linkage is not the district telling the area municipalities what to do, whether to declare or not declare, but certainly in our plan, as we're looking at how we go about implementing, we have a huge chart that has all our actions on it. And one of the things that I include is, does this benefit area municipalities, and is this something that they can achieve on their own or they need some help with? And so what we're trying to do is target actions, like if we do a green fleet assessment and we do a cost benefit analysis on small runabouts, that we could share that and you can customize it yourself, use it or not use it. If we're doing floodplain mapping, certainly it benefits the planning department, emergency management, and we're sharing our LIDAR information, which is the detailed topographic information with the area municipalities. So where I see the linkages is we're trying to tie as many of the actions to be applicable for area municipalities to customize or just to take straight off. But I tiptoe very lightly around how or what a climate emergency should look like for an area municipality, because there's a big difference between Huntsville and Lake of Bays, or Georgian Bay Township, which has already declared one in Bracebridge. And you're correct, I was at Gravenhurst and Bracebridge, and I think I'm at Lake of Bays next week. But I really think it's a very tough question to answer live. And I think that it takes looking at what resources you have in order to move that forward. That's maybe not the best explanation, but certainly I would be willing to think about it offline. Off the top of my head, I think that's the best I can do right now. My apologies.
No, that's great and much appreciated. It's just food for thought. So thank you.
Okay, Kevin, I don't see any other hands, so thank you so much for being here today, taking the time to update us on climate change. I think it's really appropriate considering the Prime Minister just doubled down on climate change last night after talking to the President. So that's great. Very timely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
So our second deputation this morning is from the Huntsville Rocketeers, Shig Nakamoto. I hope I said that right, Shig.
No, very close.
Okay, on the Meadow Park tennis courts, and I think you have a PowerPoint presentation as well?
Yeah, it's my first one, so I'm going to give it a try.
Okay.
Did it come up on the screen?
It is. If you can make it a little bit bigger, that would be great. Yes, there you go.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay, let me go back a bit. Okay, good morning. My name is Shig Nakamoto, spokesman for the Huntsville Rocketeers and tennis players. Because we are strongly recommending that the 2 Meadow Park tennis courts basically remain as is. The current situation, we have 2 courts at Meadow Park and Conroy Park that can be both used for tennis and pickleball. Conroy Park is unavailable during the school hours. Courts at Port Sydney and Udderson are not playable. Both have bad cracks. Port Sydney courts are covered with slippery slime and pine needles. Pickleball has additional 4 courts inside at the Summit Center. There are no indoor tennis facilities in Huntsville or Bracebridge. Huntsville tennis players have to go down to Barrie to play tennis inside or during the winter. The Huntsville needs more tennis court time. The conversion of 1 Meadow Park tennis court to 4 pickleball courts basically eliminates one of the 2 courts and leaves only 1 tennis court available during the spring and fall. This will severely restrict the 20,000 Huntsville residents from playing tennis. Bracebridge, with 16,000 residents, have 6 lit tennis courts. Orillia, with 32,000 residents, have 8 tennis courts with 6 of them lit. Court lighting on tennis courts increases the court time availability by at least 30%. Huntsville does not have any lit tennis courts. Safety and noise is also a big factor at Meadow Park. Meadow Park is surrounded by homes and adjacent playground. Parking for the playground and tennis court is essentially on the street. There are no sidewalks in front of the playground or tennis courts where the cars are parked. And if all the 4 pickleball courts and converting the 1 tennis court to 2 pickleball courts, which you usually do, you could have 20 plus cars parked in front of the playground, which would be a potential hazard to students and adults in the neighborhood. Pickleball noise is very loud, and you'd likely get some complaints from neighbors. There's been some litigation in the US and other countries that have had bad experience with pickleball noise to the close residents nearby. Pickleball uses hard paddles and hard balls that make a very annoying loud noise. A few years ago, the Rocketeers requested a tennis practice backboard at Meadow Park. This was rejected as being too noisy for the neighbors. 6 pickleball courts would be a lot louder than that. Tennis is a Canadian Olympic sport and it's growing in Canada. A few years ago, we had 2 Canadian players, David Nestor and Sebastian Leroux. They both won the tennis gold medal at the Olympics for Canada. Tennis has grown 36% in 2 years in Canada and is ranked number 4 in sports popularity based on a Tennis Canada study. Tennis provides excellent exercise, health, social interaction with seniors and adults of all ages, and also skill development. It's a very inexpensive sport and can be enjoyed by all ages. Anywhere from 3 to 85 play tennis in Huntsville. Middle Park tennis courts are used by hundreds of students, residents, and tourists. Over 400 Huntsville students take tennis every year. Children, students, adults, seniors, tourists need tennis courts in the town of Huntsville. The Huntsville Rocketeers has been a seniors group in Huntsville. Their membership ranges from 50 to 80 players. The Rocketeers were instrumental in getting the 2 courts initially installed at Meadow Park. They have played at Meadow Park for over 30 years and have paid the town for the use of the courts. The 2 tennis courts are now shared with the pickleball, reducing the court time for tennis. Also, one of the Middle Park tennis courts would virtually eliminate the Huntsville Rocketeers Club. You can only have 8 players playing per day based on the schedule that we have, which means the majority of the Rocketeers would not be able to play and would not join the club if one of the courts were converted to 4 pickleball courts. The impact of pickleball on the Huntsville tennis community. The pickleball lines were added to Meadow Park and Conroe Park with very little consultation with user groups. Pickleball lines make it very difficult to play tennis. Competitive tennis played on courts never have pickleball lines on the courts because they're too confusing. The amount of tennis court time is reduced dramatically for Rocketeers and their residents. The pickleballs can often cross over to the tennis court and potentially cause injury to players. The pickleball noise is a very high pitched noise and is very disruptive to players playing on the adjacent court. Our recommendation is to leave the 2 tennis courts as they are. They're being shared by both pickleball and the tennis community right now. Don't spend the $32,000 to convert one of the tennis courts to 4 pickleball courts in 2021. The Huntsville Parks and Rec staff have already talked to us, and they've outlined a shared plan for tennis and pickleball using Meadow Park for 2021. We believe that Huntsville needs to obtain more tennis community and resident input before the community service master plan is finalized. Base the court decision on Meadow Park and the other tennis courts in the Huntsville area on the outcome and recommendations from the community service master plan. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Thank you so much, Shig, for that presentation. I'll just wait till there. All right, now council's back, and don't go away for a minute, because although we have a report later on in the agenda on this, we'll see if council has any questions for you before we let you go. Questions, council? Councilor Armour.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just curious, you mentioned the courts down in Port Sydney, Edderson. Do you think that we can convert one of them to pickleball that would maybe eliminate the need in Meadow Park and maybe make both parties happy?
I think that's a good idea, but I guess Edderson is likely the best of the 3 courts in the Port Sydney Edderson area. It's high ground. It was well developed. It's away from the residents. It's got ample parking there, and you could convert that Edderson court into 4 pickleball courts. Port Sydney, you've got the tall pine trees. You don't get sun there, and it's very damp. You would have to likely cut down some of the trees, get some more sunlight before you resurface the courts. And you could use one or two of them for at least one for 4 pickleball courts there. So the answer is yes, you could.
Councillor Weep?
Thank you, Your Worship. So it's my understanding, Shig, thanks for the presentation, that when the two groups are scheduled, and over the last year, they've had kind of a set schedule so that they kind of stay out of each other's way. It seemed, the feedback I was getting was that it seemed to work pretty well and it was pretty cooperative. Would you say that's how it was? It was as it was and scheduled, it worked out really well?
I guess in general, it worked out fairly well. We had a few issues, but I think we resolved them with the Parks and Rec. The Parks and Rec, I've been talking with Jessica, and we've come up with a shared plan for Meadow Park this year. And if the pickleball people agree, I think the Racketeers would be happy with what's been proposed.
Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you, through your worship. I mean, we have a report later on that says that both clubs were sort of asked, and neither one really tend to travel to Utterson or Port Sydney to utilize those courts. Is that because of the condition or the travel time? When those courts were built, I know a lot of the idea is they are community courts. So kids could ride their bikes there to be able to utilize that. And it's not so much about the travel time as it is the aspect of using it within the community.
Yeah, I think the Port Sydney and the Utterson courts can be used by Huntsville. It's likely a 15 or 20-minute drive one way. But right now, I would not recommend using the courts because the cracks, and it just makes it too dangerous for the players, whether you're playing pickleball or tennis. I think they have to be resurfaced first. Then we need input from both groups to find out what's the best way of doing it. That's what I would recommend. Wait till the master plan, get some excellent user input, then make a sound decision.
Well, follow up. I definitely agree. I think it's through the master plan. And yes, I know, I mean, I think there's a tree growing in the Utterson one as we speak right now. Well, probably not right now, but I know those conditions are not great. But not only, I guess, from the user groups themselves, but I think the community as well. I know, being a counselor in the area, a lot of the feedback is people want a multi-use type court, and to be able to have an opportunity to have a basketball court in a corner and utilizing that aspect. So I think what it is we're going to be getting feedback from the entire communities and all the user groups to see what best suits everybody for the area.
That'd be excellent.
Okay. Thank you then, Shig, for being with us this morning. I think, as I say, that we'll discuss it further with the report. But I think both the pickleball folks and the tennis folks have alerted us to the fact that we might be lagging behind our communities to the south on what we're providing for courts. So we'll have a good look at it, and thank you for that presentation.
Okay, I'm signing off now. Thank you again for your time.
And finally, our last but not least presenter, Mr. Crozier and the Junior C Otters. Brian, welcome.
Good morning. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today with regards to this issue. I did send an email to Crystal yesterday and staff with regards to the presentation that I was going to make today. I don't have anything to share with you unless, of course, they copied you on the email that I did send. And I'm not sure I really need to go through and read all of this to you. It is there for you if you wish for me to send this on to you. But it is in regards to the advertising rights fees for this current season that we're in. I've had several discussions with Greg with regards to this. we all realize that this the end of last season and our contract last season and this season have been affected by the pandemic. I guess my biggest point is that last year we did pay full fees for an entire season, of which we only received, well, we were short 5.5 months because the building closed in mid-March, and our contract went to the end of August. So we did pay in advance for advertising rights and didn't receive 5.5 months worth of services for it. This year's contract, because of the extension, has been reduced from a 12-month contract to an 8-month contract. And at this point, the building has only really been open 3.5 months of that contract. It may actually be open 5 months by the end of April. So what the crux of what I'm putting forward here is I'm looking for the fees that we paid last year for advertising, the balance that we didn't basically receive to be applied against this year's that we did receive, and basically call it even.
Okay, thanks for that, Brian. Are there questions from council? So Brian, I'm going to suggest, and I read your email, and because your year isn't a calendar year like ours is budget-wise, it's hard to do the math. But I'm going to suggest, I certainly understand we couldn't provide the facilities where your advertisers reap the benefits. So that's on us, and as well with the Ball Diamonds closed for the better part of a year to users, that advertising isn't there. So I'm going to suggest, as much as I tried to get through your email and see what the actual dollar amount you wanted waived was, I'm going to ask you to work with Greg Pilling, and Greg can bring us back a resolution for our March council meeting.
Okay.
That council can vote on to waive the whatever the dollar amount is. I think that would be the best way for us to handle it. If that's okay with you guys. Is that council is that fine with council? Okay. So if you just work with Greg to get the actual dollar figure that we can put into a resolution, we can deal with that.
I will most definitely do that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to bring this forward.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, council, we're on to regular business. And the first report from Greg Pilling is the Ironman 70.3. Greg, you're here? Yes, there you are. Okay. Want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Terziano and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Sorry for the complexity of this report, so I thought I'd give a quick highlight to try and bring it together a little bit here. We are in the final year of our current agreement with Trisport. Oh, and sorry, I should note that Nick is with us as well from Trisport. He'll be here to answer any questions additionally. So yes, as I said, we're in the final year of our current agreement with Trisport hosting the Ironman 70.3 Muskoka event here in Huntsville. And there's 5 asks that some of them depend on the answer of the first one or the decision by council on the first one before the second one. So I was going to go through the asks from Trisport. Due to the 2020 pandemic, we were unable to host the event last year. So consideration has been asked to be able to put the 2020 event back into the current contract for the year 2022. We're also at the stage at the end of this year's event that's scheduled for July. The contract will expire, and there is a 3-year renewal in the current agreement for 2022, 23, and 24. And those years could be adjusted pending the decision on the canceled events from 2020 being put back into the contract. For this year, we do have to, for Nick's planning purposes, he needs to get a run course approved for this year's event. And unfortunately, we didn't have the ability to run the course in 2020 that we went through the open house and public consultations for. And we'd like to try that route this year again, as with consultations with Nick, it feels it's the safest and less intrusive course for the community. Nick would also like to request that our date change due to the pandemic. We're anticipating that we might not be able to host the event in July. So we'd like to move the event to August with hopes that the vaccine will be more widespread and that events and gatherings will be permitted by the end of August. So there's a request there for this year's event to be moved to Sunday, August 29th. And we would not host the event in July. It would be a firm decision to move the event from July to August. And the last request would be, if this is needed due to COVID, would be to host the event over 2 days instead of 1 day, to have 2 smaller events. This is to deal with the gathering numbers and have the event on Saturday, August 28th and Sunday, August 29th as 2 smaller events to just enable more participants to get through if COVID required. So that's kind of the highlight of the ask from Trisport. There's so many moving parts on this, and there's all sorts of, we can do a portion of the approvals, we can delay a lot of the contract delays until after this event. It can definitely come back in September for putting the 2020 event back in, and the 3-year extension. Those can both be deferred to a later meeting as well until we have the 2021 event done is another option. So once again, my apologies for all the options, but I hope that gives a little bit of a summary for that, and I'm happy to answer questions, and Nick is here as well for that.
Okay, before we start with questions, Nick, did you want to add anything, or is it strictly for questions that you're here for?
Yeah, I'm here to answer any questions, and also just kind of reiterate what Greg said. We're just kind of looking to, we're hopeful we can host an event this year. I know the pandemic kind of put everything to halt, and we're going to work with local public health units and stuff. So I know there's a lot of questions around events and such like that. So we're prepared to shift in any direction. So yeah, but I'm here to answer any questions, and we're hopeful that we can host an event and be back in Muskoka and Huntsville this year and moving forward. So.
Okay. Councillor Thompson, I think you were first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, with regards to moving the date, Greg and Nick, is this going to conflict with other events, other similar events that are planned around, and then maybe have an impact on your registration and so on and so forth? So did you pick that date with regards to potentially conflicting with other, or not conflicting with other events, or is this just more of an opportunity to maybe outlast the pandemic this time around?
From my side of things, yeah, I think we wanted to push it as late as possible, with hopes that the vaccine rollout, is full steam ahead, and we're in the best position to host an event. We understand that there's probably going to be, most likely there'll be some restrictions in size-wise and such. So, that just kind of gives us the best opportunity to host a race this year. And we've been working with Greg to find a date that works for everyone. Any later for us and for the town, the ice is back in the arena, the high school's back in the school. So we'd be a little bit more disruptive if we were into Labor Day or after that. And logistically it'd be tough for us to put on. So this was kind of the date that Greg and I have been going back and forth with for quite some time. And we talked about it even last year, not understanding how long this pandemic would last. So yeah, I think that was a date that kind of fit into everything. And we're seeing a shift in events across the province, Canada, North America. We're watching everything across the world basically, and everybody's starting to push a little bit later and kind of realizing what's going on in each region, province, country. So I think this is our best chance at it. So fingers crossed.
Councillor Wiebe?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got a couple of questions. The first one would be, what would be the kind of go, no-go date for Tri-Sport in terms of holding, whether it's July or August? What's the kind of the date that says, okay, this actually is not happening?
Yeah, it's such a, well, we would work with public health. For us, I guess it depends on what size of event we could put on in terms that it, you know, it's financially able for us to do it. And, you know, so, and we have to give our athletes lots of lead time. I mean, they're obviously training and they're, you know, they have to have prep time. So getting this new date is kind of a first step forward for us. And then we can kind of give our athletes the notice that, hey, you know, we're moving 7 weeks later. You can adjust your training. We're hopeful. And I think everybody, you know, across the world is learned to pivot over time now over this past, you know, year. So typically we would be 2 to 3 months, we would make that call. But, you know, hopefully in the next, you know, I've been saying this for a year, but hopefully in the next, you know, 6 weeks, we should have a better understanding with the vaccine rollout and kind of what situation we're in. Hopefully, I mean, we seem to be in the right direction. So hopefully, fingers crossed again.
Thank you. If I may, Your Worship.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my next question would be for Greg. And given the race course that we'd come up with last time, how would this course mesh with the reconstruction of downtown? Because I'm just wondering what the conflict would be there.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mayor Sturziano. I was going to just add a little bit that there is no conflict to Councillor Thompson's questions. There's no conflict with dates, and the date change actually aids us with the construction. With the July 12th date, the construction is slated to be done at the bridge by June 30th, which only leaves about 11-day window on any delays on that part of the construction. So the August date really relieves that threat of being involved with any of the bridge construction. Now we're looking to completely stay away from, by going south on Brunel, we would stay away from the detours. Now we're going to affect the detour on Brunel and Town Line Road, but we'd stay away from the detours of Center Street, Minerva to Brunel to just kind of avoid the whole detour area and the construction that's happening downtown.
Councillor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a few questions here that I need some clarification on. You talk about possibly moving to August. Is that going to be a 2-day shutdown of Brunel Road then, if you were to do a 2-day event?
Depending on decision from council, through you, Mayor Sturziano, depending on decision from council, it could potentially be a 2-day event, or we can choose to keep it as a 1-day event.
And if I could jump in quickly, I mean, we want to host a 1-day event. That's the, you know, that's the ultimate goal. You know, 2-day event would be just kind of an alternative if, you know, depending on gathering sizes and such. To be honest, I'm not sure how feasible that would be, and we don't want to disrupt the town, you know, for 2 days. So that's kind of, it was just kind of something that Greg and I kind of kicked the tires at. So.
Follow up?
Yeah.
I noticed in the route, you don't include Mary Lake Road as being shut off, yet the route goes past the bridge. So is it going to affect all the residents on North Mary Lake Road for access?
Through you, Mayor Sturziano, my apologies in my introduction. I forgot to adjust the times adjustments as well. It originally stated there was a closure from 7 a.m. until 1:15. It actually wouldn't start until 9:30, the full closure. So the residents on North Mary Lake Road, they can still leave their property. That was a change we had made. They won't be able to come north on Brunel. They'll have to go south on Brunel and detour to town, either through, most likely through Port Sydney as the safest route, and then up Highway 11, but they'll still have access to leave their property.
So with that time change, is that still it opens up at 1:15 in the afternoon?
Correct. Yes, through you, Mayor Sturziano. It opens up at 1:15, but the closure wouldn't start until 9:30. And in my report, it said the closure would start at 7 a.m. Nick was able to adjust that time to reduce the full closure to 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Through the public consultation part, that was well over a year ago. Has there been any consideration to target those 250 or 251 residents that are going to be affected and get their input on this with the time change and et cetera?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, we have not re-engaged with the community yet. We did do a direct mail out to them last year for the public engagement. We had 37 people attend the open house. Mail-wise, we mailed out directly to, I believe it was just over 1,500 residents about the open house and looking for feedback. We had it up on myhuntsville.ca for 2 weeks. We had 190 visits on My Huntsville, and 6 comments came in through that. So we definitely engaged. We spoke to the Baptist Church. We spoke with the Brunel Mart. The Brunel Mart definitely had some concerns about it, and I know Nick was gonna work with them on appeasements for them. And the Baptist Church, although it has a very big impact on their service, they were willing to adjust their service for that day to assist with us. And then the other church that's on North Mary Lake Road, you'd still be able to access it from the south.
Right. So is there any, are you going to review that again and reach out to those people again this year?
Yeah, my apologies through you, Mayor Terziano. We will 100% be re-engaging with the community for the notices prior to the race, and then considerations if there's any exceptions that need to be made to if there's anybody having extenuating circumstances. Nick and myself will deal with those people directly.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Okay, I think council, with your permission, I'm just going to reverse the order of some of these resolutions that we have before us. We do have a contract for 2021 to run an Ironman here in Huntsville. So if council's all right, I'm going to go to actually recommendation number 3, which is us approving a date change from July to August for the event. So the resolution moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Schumacher reads, it is recommended that Tri-Sport events be allowed to host a backup date for Sunday, August 29th, 2021, should COVID prevent the event from being held in July. And further, that Tri-Sport not be allowed to host the event over 2 days, August 28th and 29th, in case COVID regulations prohibit the irregular gathering numbers. And then I have a motion to amend, moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that committee substitute the motion for the following. It is recommended that Tri-Sports be allowed to move their event date to August 29th, and further that Tri-Sport events follow COVID-19 provincial mandates and local health department regulations in place at the time of the event. So in effect, we're saying that we agree to move the date from July to August 29th, a one-day event, and that Tri-Sport would have to follow health regulations. So that's the first thing before us. So that's the amendment. Are there any questions on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? And that carries. So the main motion, as amended, I guess, is moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that Tri-Sports move their event date to Sunday, August 29th, 2021, and further that Tri-Sport follow COVID-19 provincial mandates and local health department regulations in place at the time of the event. All in favor? And that carries. Okay, so now we have, I'm going to the second resolution, which is the race route, which needs to be determined for this year's event. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that the run race route for the 2021 Ironman Muskoka 70.3 and the associated road closures attached as Appendix 1 to report CS 2021-01 be approved. And I have a motion to amend, and I need a mover and seconder to amend, and I will read it first before I ask for your name. It is recommended that the following word be added after associated full, and further that the following be added after closures with a maximum closure time of 4 hours. Can I get a mover and seconder for the amendment? Deputy Mayor Alcott, Councillor Stone. All in favor of the amendment? And that carries. So the main motion, if I can get a mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Alcott and Councillor Schumacher. So it is recommended that the run race route for 2021 Ironman Muskoka 70.3 and the associated full road closures with a maximum closure time of 4 hours attached as Appendix 1 to Report CS 2021-01 be approved. Questions? Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. Has there been consideration to moving the Ironman at all out of town to a different route completely? Do you have a plan B?
Through you, Mercer Ziano. Nick and I have explored this a couple of times over the past few years, and unfortunately, there really isn't another base for Nick that has the water access, the transition zone, paved access, and then the facilities that he requires for his feeding of 1,500 athletes with the Active Living Center, and the arena floor is also his merchandise area that is quite large. So there's not another feasible spot that would fit the bill for Nick.
Councillor Weed. Okay. No further questions? All in favor of the resolution? Opposed? And that carries. Okay, so Council, the first resolution, and the reason that I mix them up here is much to Councillor Armour's question about different routes. We've had a tough time over the last 3 years, counting this year, in providing a route for the Ironman, and a lot of that has been because our town's been under construction in various areas. So I think what we've done so far is we've got Nick situated to run the Ironman this year, if COVID allows that to happen. And I think that if we see how it runs this year, and how the route runs, and we know that all of our construction in Huntsville was done for next year, that the resolution to approve a contract extension for 3 years and to consider whether or not we want to add back in 2020 and actually get a route that would work for 3 straight years without having to come back every year would make more sense than approving anything today. So to that end, I'm going to read the resolution that has an amendment. It's moved by Councillor Weeb and seconded by Councillor Schumacher, whereas the Ironman 70.3 was canceled in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas the current agreement with Trisport allowed for an additional 3-year renewal at the end of the 3-year term. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the canceled 2020 event be added back into the existing 3-year contract for 1 additional year in 22, and further that with the addition of 2022 to the current 3-year contract, the town not renew the agreement with Trisport for an additional 3 years at this time, and further that the 3-year renewal be moved to 2022 for consideration of 23, 24, and 25, including the $25,000 licensing fee each year. So I have an amendment where I have a, is it an amendment? I have a motion to postpone if I can get a mover and seconder. And it would read that it is recommended that recommendation 1 of report CS 2021-01 Ironman Muskoka 70.3 2021 updates be postponed until after the 2021 event has been held. Can I get a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Armour and Councillor Stone. So we will come back to this after the event happens in 21. And if it doesn't happen in 21, I'm not sure what we'll be doing, but so all in favor of that resolution? And that carries. So Nick, I thank you for your patience through this. And you know what? If all goes well, maybe we can get a new 3-year contract for you towards the end of this year with 1 route approved for all 3 years so that you don't have to come back year after year. And we'll figure out what works best for you and what works best for the town of Huntsville.
I have one question if I can of Nick.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Schmidt.
No problem. Do you see a sense in the climate of this evolving, even with vaccines, that we would have a 1,500 capacity race going forward? Because I guess that might be a question for us when we start to look at these things. Is there a need for a larger facility maybe moving forward too?
I think the Summit Center and the situation that we're in, where we're based, is the perfect situation. I mean, we've allotted. I mean, without COVID involved, we're not one of the biggest races. We like to be kind of a smaller, intimate race. There's Ironmans across the world that are 4,000, 5,000 person races. We kind of like that small, intimate feeling. It's kind of it works for us. It works for Muskoka. Maybe 2,000 would be the max, but we've worked in all the numbers and size capacity and such, and but I think it's the perfect fit, and we're not we want the safest course possible too. I mean, if we were to put 4,000 people out there, it wouldn't be safe, it wouldn't be good for the community. So I mean, we're in a good spot, and hopefully we can move that forward, and I thank you for your patience, and hopefully we can work forward to a 3-year deal later.
Okay, Councillor Stone.
I just like to say to Nick that, I'm a little reluctant about this year for all the reasons, the Main Street construction, the pandemic and everything else. But I just want you to know that we think this, or certainly I think this is a great economic boon to Huntsville, and you are a great thing for us, showcasing us to the world. So thank you. Hope we can get a big contract.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Nick, for being here. Hopefully, COVID allows the event to run in August.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. Yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is an information item, the Community Services Master Plan. Oh, Councillor Withy's here. Welcome, Councillor.
Yeah, sorry I'm late. I just had a nightmare morning. Got stranded in my car, had to wait for CAA, blah, blah, blah. You don't need all the details, but I'm here. Where are we in the agenda?
We are just going to the Community Services Master Plan. You just missed everything triathlon.
Oh.
So that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
Simone.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Through you, Mayor Terziano. Report CS 202102 is for information and in front of you. It does announce that our Community Services Master Plan project has been awarded to Monteith Brown Planning Consultants Limited. They scored the highest and have been awarded the contract. This will be funded through the Ontario Service Delivery Grant, as you approved, and we are looking forward to getting started. I'm here for any questions.
Questions, Council? No, I actually have two. Well, actually, one's a comment, and I think we talked about this before, and I know district does not release their budget numbers when they go out to tender for road projects, because what happens is the numbers come in at budget. And I have to think with the numbers here, the fact that everybody knew our budget was $70,000 doesn't do us any favors. Do we have a policy on letting them know what the budget is for these projects?
Through you, Mary Terziano, I think I'll let Julia answer this question, but I did ask that question myself just to confirm.
Julia.
So we don't have a policy on it, but it is a public number that's included in our budget. So if somebody wanted to find it, they actually could go and find that number because it's posted on our website.
Okay, but it did say that the RFP disclosed it.
Yeah.
It's just that it's ironic that we have 3 bids basically at the budget number. Anyways, something we could maybe talk about in future. My other question on it, Simone, was they're not expected to come back with the plan until November. That seems like a long time.
Through you, the plan is expected at the end of October, and I think I looked at the calendar. I said November 1st, because we're a little bit late getting started. There were a couple of the submissions that looked at July of 22. So I think that there are, the time frame is working through our engagement processes and working through all those steps that they need to clearly do. Building some time to reach these folks that need to contribute to this project and doing it through our engagement processes. They have a very detailed plan laid out. It does take some time to gather this information and then roll it up. We've also gone back and incorporated a couple of other additional meetings to meet with you, to meet with senior management, to meet with some of those key community members that are on our contact list and that were on our original committee that we struck way back when, to be able to have a look at the proposed plan before it got put in a formal release. So I think it was really the middle of the road for the date. I did check with Rebecca as well, just to make sure that this was in line with what usually happens, and she did tell me it did.
Okay, thank you for that. So that's just for informational. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your question triggered a question for me, and I appreciate the length of time, Simone, that takes. But you mentioned that they've factored in report back to committee or council, and I'm just wondering how often that might be. Maybe that was it. I didn't see it in the note, but is that, once or twice or more than that? How do they foresee the engagement from committee and council?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, I can certainly share that. I don't know that off the top of my head. So there were a number of different engagement pieces, and including our chair and vice chair from community services more than twice, you as a group, senior management. So I'd have to get back to you. I can provide that.
That's great. Thanks, Simone.
Councillor Schumacher.
Through you, Mayor Terziano, and again, probably in reference to your question as well, Simone, I think, did they take into account, obviously, we're doing this in a COVID year, so in a more perfect situation and a less perfect storm, we'd be able to gather more people together and maybe do this in a quicker fashion than say now you have to kind of create these video conferences to get together and be able to do that with different stakeholders.
Through you, Mayor Terziano. Well, so it's a big question because we're dealing with many different user groups throughout the seasons. So for community services, we need to be able to reach out to those communities who are in action at different times of the year. So we want to make sure we get them all. So that helps in doing that. They also are very attuned to the COVID lens, and that coming out of this, we need to be more resilient and rebuild. And so having this time on our side is actually a good thing. And I think, thirdly, I was going to say something else, and now I don't remember what it was. But I think, and the engagement. Many people have now gotten used to doing Zoom and some of these engagement. We've all learned a whole lot over this last year. So had this happened 6 months ago or even, a year ago, we wouldn't have gotten the engagement that we will get. So I think people who are busy at home with their kids, who are trying to homeschool and run to work, they might be able to do a little bit more of the engagement online that they might not have come out to our personal public forums. So I think we might get a really good engagement. And that's the consultant's thought as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thanks for that, Simone. Look forward to that getting done. We're going into corporate services, and Rebecca's here, I think. Here she comes. And you've got an update from our legal review of the procurement policy.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Terziano. There was a request back in November when I brought the updated procurement policy to committee to have a external legal review completed on the revised policy. So that has taken place and the results have come back, and I have included in the report the revisions from Miss Brenda Swick from Castle Brock, and also a summary of the main items that needed to be amended. And they're really actually focused on making sure that we're not discriminating against vendors, and that vendors have the opportunity as well to put in a complaint, and making sure that we have processes in place to deal with that. So I don't think that the town necessarily has a history of vendors' complaints, but it's good to have that process in the policy, and it was expanded on. We did have those existing language, but just making sure that we were compliant with the free trade agreement as well as CETA, and that was part of the discussion when we talked about the purpose of the review was to look at those trade agreements because they weren't previously in place. The last time the policy was updated, so that's the report and the results of that legal review. So happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. I note this is for information only. Is this going to be something that we will be passing at some level in the future, or?
So through you, Mayor Terziano, from what I understand from Crystal is that there will be a revised resolution on the previous report to amend this policy.
Councillor Withey.
So I've sort of made a list of about 3 pages of questions I have throughout this thing. So maybe there's a better time that we can connect to look at that. But just off the top, the lawyer, Ms. Swick, identified that the thresholds are a lot higher than what we're currently using. And why aren't we following what the legal people are suggesting? Why are we saying, okay, fine, thanks for bringing this up, but we're going to do our own thing? That was the main thing, but as I said, I've got 3 pages of questions all the way through this because there's a lot of changes in a 130-page document to go through. I mean, it's a big thing to digest.
Yeah, and through you, Mayor Terziano, the limits are what are established in the Canadian Free Trade Agreement that require all public agencies. So this is for all levels of government. And the limits that we have in our policy have been reviewed back in 2018 and were actually increased then. There hasn't been any requests from staff internally to increase the levels. I think that they're appropriate for an organization of our size. I mean, we can definitely have the conversation if council wants to increase those. That would mean that at $100,000 it would be the level when we go out for competitive bids now, and it would mean we would increase to I believe it's close over $250,000 when we would be going for competitive bids for construction. So that's a quite a bit of an extreme jump from our current levels, and I mean, I'm happy to have that discussion if you want to increase those levels.
Councillor?
Yeah, I'd love to have that discussion, and I don't mean to take up the entire rest of the day on this one thing because, as I said, I've made a lot of notes on this. So at an appropriate time, I don't know when, maybe if you want to connect, I can run through stuff and with whoever, but anyway.
Councillor, if I might, the appropriate time was between when you got the agenda and today, because we have a resolution that a bylaw be prepared and passed. So the appropriate time is today. That's why it's on our agenda. Yeah.
Well, it's, with all due respect, it's a 130-page document. I don't know that even the time between the agenda now to go through all this would have even been practical either. I mean, it's a big thing. And, even as chair of corporate services, I wasn't given a heads up that this was going to be something that was going to have so many changes in it. and start so many questions. So then if that's the case, I would motion to defer and give a little more time with this document.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to the procurement limits, Rebecca, I mean, how often does that actually apply to our purchases? For instance, I'm thinking of the $264,000 level. Does this maybe apply specifically to maybe purchases through Public Works, for instance, equipment, that kind of thing? In terms of services, I think the amount also seems rather high for 100. Like, how often would we be purchasing a service in the $150,000 range, that kind of thing? I'm just wondering, is, you know, how often these amounts, as far as the free trade agreement and all the other stuff, how often they would apply to our purchases, whether it be services and or say a piece of equipment.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Terziano. I agree that for the higher level, the construction would be mainly Public Works projects. I'm happy if you wanted to have a breakdown. I could look at historical purchases that we've done to determine how many would meet the thresholds to go out to competitive bid. I think that if we for services, like you're saying, they're typically smaller. So I think if we up the limits on the services, we are likely going to probably exclude a lot of our contracts that currently go out for public tender. So I'm just concerned about upping the limits and that we don't get the competition that we're currently receiving by putting them out to the public. But if you'd like, I could do a further summary on how many would fit within those thresholds.
Can I answer your question, Councillor?
Actually, I don't. Yeah, I wasn't looking for anything that's specific, I guess, Rebecca. But yesterday, our Prime Minister and President Biden had a meeting, and there's a whole Buy America thing. Is going to be some kind of a sticking point, I think, for Canada, or possibly a sticking point. But we don't seem to have a buy Canadian kind of thing in this particular thing, and I'm just wondering, how all this plays into the mix. If the Americans have access to, let's say, for instance, we're going out for a $300,000 grader, but somebody from the States could put in a tender or participate in the tendering process. I guess I'm just looking, is this a fair, an even playing field, I guess? And maybe that's just way too much of a question for you to answer, Rebecca, but I just find it a little disconcerting.
I suppose it could boil it down to the fact that we can't buy local even. We have to put a tender out for a new truck, and we can't say we're buying from a Huntsville dealer. So. Councillor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to Rebecca. Rebecca, you're very well versed in procurement and et cetera. How's this compared to other procurement policies in other communities of our size, or do you know?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Terziano. I haven't seen any other of our local municipalities raise the levels to the free trade agreement, as well as the district. I mean, I wrote the district's policy as well, and I didn't, the levels in there are not matching the Canadian free trade agreement either. They are at the levels that are, I believe they're higher than Huntsville with a $100,000 threshold, but that's again a larger organization. So I would say that we are comparable to the area, to what the municipalities in our area and of size, and that typically people have not increased to these levels. Again, there are levels that are set for all levels of government within Canada.
Okay, we do have a resolution, which before I read it, I will go back to Councillor Withey, because the clerks have produced the resolution to defer or postpone or whatever it's going to say. Are you wanting to move that, Counselor?
Yeah, so is this 6.2.2 the next, that's the one that I want to defer?
Yeah.
Because I mean,
We've got the original report that we had a month ago or 2 months ago, and then we've got the amended one. That's why there's two numbers here. So hang on, and let me see what the clerk's got prepared. Don't go anywhere. And okay, Councillor Stone, go ahead.
I just want to say that this isn't being ratified until March council. So there is time for Councillor Withey to investigate his questions.
Except that I think if we prepare the bylaw, then we can't change it, can we? Because we send the bylaw to council. I'll tell you what I've got here, and so I've got a resolution which I'll read, and then I have an amendment which changes the report number, and then I have a resolution which has the new report, which is the updated version of the legal. So when I get to the third read and read it, that's when Councillor Withey could make the motion to postpone for more time to review it. But then we've just got the new report, not the old one, okay? So let's get down to the third resolution here, and then that's where you move to postpone. Fair enough? Okay, I have a resolution moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that the amended procurement policy as attached to Corp 2020-46 be approved, and further that the bylaw be prepared and forwarded to council for approval. And I have an amendment that I need a mover and seconder for that will read, it is recommended that the following be struck out in paragraph 1, Corp 2020-46, which is the report number, and replaced with the new report number 2109. So can I get a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Stone and Councillor Weed. All in favor of the amendment? And that carries. So the amended motion, if I can get a mover and seconder, Councillor Stone and Councillor Schumacher, is recommended that the amended procurement policy as attached to Report Corp 2021-09 be approved, and further that the bylaw be prepared and forwarded to council for approval. And then I have moved by Councillor Withey. And I have a seconder for the motion, Deputy Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that the, do we have to defeat that one or just, no? Okay, it is recommended that the amended procurement policy as attached to Report Corp 2109 be postponed to the March General Committee agenda. Okay, all in favor? Or sorry, questions? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you. Question I have through you to Rebecca. The figures that are in there, I mean, if we do postpone this and discuss it at a later date, I mean, are those figures going to change at all? It seems to me that the figures that are in this report are the ones that are required by our agreements through free trade and so on and so forth. So by delaying this, is it going to give us the opportunity to say, okay, we don't want to meet that particular financial threshold, or are those pretty much what the law of the land says? I guess I'm just wondering why we would delay this for that, other than, you know, for further review. Is it going to change anything?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Terziano. So the thresholds that are currently identified in the policy, I have not recommended a change. So the ones that are in the free trade agreement are there in my informational report, and we can look at increasing those. I guess I would need some direction from council perhaps to revise those levels, but the way that it is right now is that the figures are, here's what is in the free trade agreement, but our policy is not, I wasn't recommending an increase in those.
Councillor Withey.
So, and as I've repeated a couple times, I've got a number of other things that I'm not happy with in this document that I would like to discuss to change. So it's not just about those numbers. I can give you a quick example if you want in this policy on page 9, 4.3 of approval authority levels, $500,000 or more council approval has been eliminated. And I won't support anything that restricts council's oversight for anything. I'm sorry, that's just to me an abdication of my responsibility as a councillor. If there's something in there right now that says it's got to come for council approval because it hits a certain threshold, I don't see why we're eliminating those things. You're just taking it out away from our eyes, and that to me is not appropriate. But that's just one of, I said, 3 pages of stuff. So there's a lot more in there that I'm not content with. So a little more, another month on the clock isn't going to cause great havoc, I don't think.
Councillor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a recommendation or a motion that the questions that Councillor Withey will have about this policy, that if they could please be shared with us with the answers to them so that we know exactly what's happening.
Julia?
If I can, we could set up a meeting with Councillor Withey, and then we could go through those and then share the questions and the answers that we provide to council before the next meeting, if that works.
That sounds good. Thanks, Julia. Councillor Thompson, your hand's still up. Another question?
Yes, I raised it again, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Based on what I just heard from Rebecca before Councillor Withey spoke, I would agree to a deferment on this as well. I think it seems the figures, from what I'm understanding, that are not carved in stone, then I would agree that we should defer this, and I would look forward to further discussion as well.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to postpone to March. All in favor? And that carries. Rebecca, thank you for that. I guess you're going to have a meeting and answer some more questions.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, guys, we've got an hour and a half. I think we'll take our first little break because it is a long agenda. Let's say about 7 minutes. Okay, let's see, we've got 4, 5, 6. We're still missing a couple of counselors. We can't go yet.
So I had to wait for CAA to
Your
bring the
worship.
gas can.
Your worship, I'm trying to open my video, but the system is not allowing me because it says your host has stopped it. Oh, here we go. I've been asked to start it, so there you go.
There you go. All right, and there's Council Schumacher. Okay, we're all back. Thanks, Council. So we're moving on to the license of occupation policy. I'll read the resolution first, moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Thompson, and it's recommended that the new license of occupation policy as attached to Corp 2021-10 be approved. And further that the license of occupation policy number Development 07A GC 2117 be repealed. And further that an amendment to the fees and charge bylaw 2020-100 Schedule E to add a provision for license of occupation application and annual rent for an incorporated neighborhood lake or road association for $0 be forwarded to council for approval. Jessica, actually Tanya is going to speak first.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. I know that most of you haven't met Jessica Boyes yet. She started with us January 1st as our legal and agreements coordinator. She was previously with the district and their legal department for 8 years. So I know specifically the CAO and I are so thrilled that she has joined us. So because her plate is already quite overflowing. So with your permission, Mayor Terziano, I will let Jessica do the report. Thank you.
Thanks. Welcome, Jessica. Official welcome. I know we talked the other day. I'm probably not your favorite person, but go ahead now and enlighten the rest of council on this report.
Thank you, Mayor. So the current license of occupation policy has been in place since 2017, and the policy allows for the issuance of licenses of occupation in circumstances where the town doesn't want to or cannot sell the land. There's 3 examples of this, which would be docks located across a municipal road onto town property on the other side. Encroachments, such as when someone's garage is slightly encroaching onto town land, and infrastructure under the road, such as a private water or sewer line. So the main proposed amendments in the policy are some housekeeping matters, such as adding definitions, clarifying the process of the application, circumstances when the policy will and will not apply, adding a term to the licenses, and some non-compliance provisions for removing the docks or other encroachments. Some other main proposed amendments are having the community service master plan outline waterfront areas of interest, adding a process for change of ownership because licenses are non-transferable, and including a provision for incorporated neighborhood associations to have a license at no charge. So operations staff have noted that there's instances where a dock has been installed by an association on town property, and docks not recognized through a license are a liability risk. In order for the docks to remain, the town would need to insure them and maintain them, or the incorporated association would need to enter into a license of occupation. Unincorporated associations are not a legal entity for the purposes of entering into the license of occupation. And further, unincorporated associations can obtain insurance, but each individual member has to be listed on the policy and is personally liable. So for these reasons, our insurer and the town solicitor was in support of incorporated associations being issued licenses of occupation. And that's my outline.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions? Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Jessica, thank you for your report. It's a great report. As I interpret this, if a group of 5 neighbors wanted to, they'd have to incorporate it to enter into a license agreement free of charge with the town in order to access some publicly owned land, municipal land on the waterfront. That's what this agreement allows to happen, right? And sorry, Jessica.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it's if it's I think that's great. I think that resolves a lot of situations that I'm aware of, but not a but. I'm just curious if it's only 2 or 3 residents in a particular area that have interest in doing that. Is that an onerous ask to ask those 2 or 3 residents to incorporate? If your answer is no, then that's great, but I'm just curious.
Jessica?
Through you, Mayor Terziano. So I guess it depends on the situation. Each individual member or resident, if they're located across a municipal road with town land on the other side, each individual person could get their own license. When we were creating the policy, we were considering associations that are already in place or that already have docks in existence. We would have to consider that, or they would have to consider if they would be interested in incorporating into a neighborhood road or lake association.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm interested to know how many docks are out there? What kind of league of number are we looking at for these instances? Because one of the big questions that often comes up with our constituents is that people that don't live on lakes deserve access to water, and I'm a firm believer in that. And so if it's not a big number, I would almost, and in absence of a legal entity to get this license of occupation, for example, I would recommend option 1, and just take care of this and make them community docks, and therefore anybody in the community could access them. It wouldn't be the neighbors, yelling at people like, you're not part of our lake association, get out of here. I just don't see it as a huge number and a huge, as what I've been led to believe. And this is one of those things that I think that this is what we should do as a municipality for our constituents. So thank you.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. When you look at this, so the residents who have docks now on town property and are using them privately for their own residence or cottage, etc., how does that play into something like this? Because they wouldn't be incorporated in any way. And who covers the insurance on those?
Jessica?
Sorry, you mean private individuals having a dock across a road onto town land?
That's correct.
Okay, so those are permitted in the policy as well. The incorporated associations are just a portion, but individuals can get a license as well. And they would have to get the insurance requirements as set out in the policy.
Councillor Stone.
So just to be clear, they would have exclusive use of that dock. They would have a private dock on public land. And I'm not happy with that. As Councillor Withey said, I don't have a problem with the corporation building a dock as long as it's not exclusive use. It's let anybody use it.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think there are instances where it's not really public access. It's, you know, a strip of land. There maybe is a road that separates the property from the waterfront. So I think there is instances where there needs to be exclusive use. If the whole idea is to give the general public more access to the waterfront, I'm leaning towards option 4. You know, in our circumstance in Port Sydney, the Lions have a dock that we provide for boat access at the Port Sydney beach. We're not incorporated. I don't know what our current insurance situation is. I think we're named jointly. But if the whole idea is to get the public more access, we need to make it as simple as possible. So to me, option 4 makes sense. And we have to remember that there is a lot of instances where it's not suitable for public to access because of property constraints where people should have exclusive use. So everything can't be for everyone, and we don't do everything for every particular person in our community. Some things are group specific or individual specific. So I think we have to keep that in mind.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, with regards to the license of occupation as described by Jessica, the applicant is paying for that. So of course they should have exclusive use for it because that's what they're paying for. And I think, I'm not sure what our fees are, but I know most municipalities, it's a $500 a year fee. And so they should have exclusive use of that in those particular instances. As far as the options are concerned, I agree with Councillor Fitzgerald. I think we should go with option 4. And that would really open up the opportunities for water access to a lot more people. And so I would agree with option 4, Your Worship. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. And it's been good listening to the comments. I think when I asked my question about this, it was good to see a way to actually make some of the current use official, because it's been problematic in certain areas. Having said that, I completely concur with my fellow councillors that I believe totally in more access, public access to certainly municipal waterfront. So whatever option does that most effectively, I think option 4 looks good, but I also I concurred with Councillor Withey too, that, you know, option 1, it is a municipal responsibility. And, you know, we live in beautiful lake country. We do have parcels of property that are on the lake, and the more access people have to them, the better. So from my perspective, whatever works most effectively for doing that, that's what I would support.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just further, the problem I see with option 4 is about the 5th bullet down where it says 1 member signs the license of occupation taking on the responsibility. And that could be a problem because, you know, if I put my insurance hat on, unless it's a private thing and not like an unincorporated association, there's going to be issues with that. And I did, when I spoke before, I asked the question, how many of these, and I didn't get that answer, but as from what I'm led to understand, it's literally half a dozen. So to make it simple, to make sure it's covered, to make sure it's maintained properly, if it, you know, an annual inspection by our staff, having a look at them, I think option 1 is the one I makes the most sense, because you're going to have trouble finding someone, especially if it's not somebody who lives right across the road You know, somebody else further around the lake says, oh, I'll sign it. They're not going to be able to cover that and take responsibility. I think that's more problematic. Can you tell me how many there are? Sorry, by the way.
Jessica, do you know how many there are?
Yes. So, Councillor Withey, there is four that we are aware of, and then there's 2 other potentials that we're not sure as to who the ownership of. So you were right in half a dozen.
So I have a question, and Colleen McDonald, I hope you're listening in, because this is less about the policy and more about our docks. We used to have a dock policy. We wanted to get rid of all kinds of docks because we didn't want to insure them, and yet all of these options don't seem to deal with insurance at all. So the liability is still going to be on the town regardless of who builds them and who maintains them. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Terziano, for the opportunity to speak to this. So every season we learn about new situations where we have more instances of this type of an installation. This season alone, we learned of, I think, 5 or 6 new ones. So on each of the major lakes, we do have several. I'm going to say between 5 and 10 on each of the major lakes. And that's not to say that there aren't more out there. We haven't gone out physically looking for every situation. Generally speaking, we learn of the situations by people in the neighborhood calling to inquire and or complain about the situation.
So I guess just further to that, the idea of if an organization of any kind, somebody other than a single person who has traditionally got a license of occupation, and then they use their dock themselves and they pay a fee. So any other group we're setting up, regardless of what we call them, they can build a dock. They don't have to insure it. They have to maintain it, and it has to be open to every member of the public of the town of Huntsville, regardless of where it is. That's what this policy is suggesting that we're trying to put into effect, and I wonder for the life of me why we're doing this.
Through you, Mayor Terziano, so we recognize that these situations exist already. We know of some of them. I don't know if we know of all of them, to be honest. And I guess what we're trying to do is to improve that situation as far as make it more user-friendly for the general public, as well as improve the process and engaging those community groups who do want to participate in a license of occupation, whether they're incorporated or not.
Councillor Fitzgerald, thanks, Colleen. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. It seems to me that we're going to have 2 types. There's private for exclusive use and for general public use. And I don't see any way around that. In most cases, the town, when we have a situation like this, there's usually the group is insured and the town is insured. How that actually plays out, I don't know. But if we want people to put a dock in, or groups to put a dock in, and we want the public to be able to access it, I think we have to assume the liability. It makes sense. We're providing something to our general public, and it's our responsibility to make sure that it's safe, whether that entails some inspections or after the permit process, some kind of a document that they sign off on. I don't know, but I think if we want to guarantee the public access to them, then we have to assume the responsibility and liability.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a little history here. 2 councils ago, which yourself, Your Worship, and Councillor Thompson were part of, and actually prior to that, but we addressed it when I was on council before. We had the Row Road situation where every house across the road had put a dock out there, and it was public land, and there was a lot of complaints for the people that lived on the back lots. They couldn't get access to it. We discussed how we let them keep their docks, or we were going to take them all out and keep the best one and make it a government dock. So those situations, I believe, were resolved by sort of as Councillor Fitzgerald said, these sort of private docks, because they're sort of adjacent to their property. The issue that I think is being talked about here is when you have a lake, there's a piece of town land, there's no real house next door, there's a lake association who are all using it. I'm thinking of Harp Lake, there's a landing there, for example, that isn't on anyone's property. So this is where I think that option 1 makes most sense, because to find someone, across the lake say, yeah, I'll sign this, I don't care, I don't have to insure it, maybe I'll maintain it, maybe I won't, because rest assured, if somebody gets hurt, they're going to sue the town. No question, especially if there's no other policy to lean on. But, the golden rule is you insure everybody you can, or sue everybody you can. So that's why I think in those cases, the best solution is just to take them on and make sure they're safe and do an annual inspection. Apart from the license of occupations that already exist in places like Row Road. That's how we dealt with it before. But yeah, these things cause a lot of complaints with people wanting access to the water. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I can't remember who was next. I think Deputy Mayor Alcott.
As much as I'd like to respond, I think Councillor Thompson was before me. Thank you.
You go ahead, and then I'll.
All right. Thank you. I'll be quick. I agree with Councillor Withey on his last point, and I'm wondering though, because of what Colleen said, that we've got numerous incidences. It seems like it might be more than half a dozen. Is there? Could we develop criteria that for those situations that would fit with what Councillor Withey just referred to? Because again, my interest is that we are making sure people who don't have waterfront access have access. That is a responsibility of the municipality. And I think if it truly is like half a dozen of the type of situations that Councillor Withey referred to, there might be a way we could develop a list of criteria that would meet. And that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, sorry.
No problem, Your Worship. Thank you. We're all doing our best with Zoom, I know. It's hard to keep track sometimes. With regards to the docks on, say, at the end of a concession or right of way or whatever, that are not there by permission of the town, I think we're still responsible anyway. I mean, if someone gets hurt there, and maybe Councillor Withey could answer this more accurately than I can, but I'm assuming that in a case like that, everybody, the town will still be responsible because it still is our property regardless. I still think though, the option 1, I see the benefits of that for sure. I still think though that if we had option 4, it does give some liaison person that the town can connect with regards to that. I guess I would still suggest the council, or that option 4 is our best bet. I think I'm not in favor of option 3, but definitely option 4 would be my first choice on this. And I'm wondering, Your Worship, if at some point during this discussion I could we could get Director Hernan to weigh in on this, because I know we've been talking about this along with Colleen for a year or more now. So, and I know he has some thoughts on it, and I don't want to put him on the spot, but I'm wondering if maybe he could participate too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I see the rest of you guys, I'm coming to you, but I actually think that, at least for me personally, I would like to see our Parks Department come back with an entire list of all these docks we have, because I feel like we're talking about apples, oranges, and pears, and different rules apply to different fruits, shall we say. It's going to be different than the Lions Club in Port Sydney having a dock than 3 people down at the end of the road having a dock. So, you know, I'm not, this policy, I'm not supportive of it at all at this stage. I would like to see what we're trying to write this policy for. What's our problem out there? What are we trying to accomplish here? And let's try and get it right. Sorry, I jumped in there, Councillor Fitzgerald, we're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. It seems to me like we need a 2-stream option in whatever option we decide to go with, and that's pending further information as per your request. It seems to me there would be private, exclusive use, and public, no matter who puts it in, whether the town puts it in or whether an association puts it in or 3 neighbors put it in. So I think we need to break it down into streams and treat them both differently, because they're 2 different totally applications. One is public use, one is exclusive use for a small group. So I tend to agree with your last comment, Your Worship, that it would be nice to know exactly what we're dealing with, and then we break it down into 2 streams and go with option 4. Thanks.
Councillor, if you don't mind, I see Director Hernan has come on screen, so he might have something that helps us.
Thank you, Mayor Truziano. So to go right to Jason, Councillor Fitzgerald's point, this policy has 2 streams. So if you are a private owner, and Railroad is a great example, you can apply for a license of occupation. You have to sign the maintenance agreement. You have to insure the dock. And that is 1 stream within this policy. The second stream is these associations. And if you basically look at option 2 or option 4, it's dealing with these associations or road groups. And option 2 says that if a road group, association, a neighborhood group comes forth and makes application, they would have to incorporate. And as Councillor Thompson has indicated, we've been working with a group in Vernon Shores for the last 2 years, trying to help them to get to the incorporation. And it's a very difficult task for these individual groups. So option 2 means that they would have to become a very legal entity, and they would have to provide their own insurance on the dock. Option 4 says that if they are a group of individuals that call themselves a neighborhood watch, call themselves a road association, like many of them are looking after private roads, that we would accept them as that community group, and that we would allow them to put the dock in. And by maintaining it and taking responsibility, we're saying that somebody has to step forth and say, if there's a problem with that dock and the town becomes aware of it, because the town would inspect it, we would contact that individual and say, fix the dock. If that individual failed to fix the dock, the town would take action up until including removing the dock. So if nobody wanted to maintain it, we would just simply pull it out and the liability would be gone. In option 4, because they're not a legal entity, they can't get insurance. So the town would be insuring these docks. We have these docks out there today. We are aware of these docks today, and we've been working with some of these user groups to try and figure out a solution to it. And that's why we're looking at this policy with these 2 options. As to the question of how many are out there, we have not done an in-depth study and review of it because we don't want to until we come up with a solution on how we're going to deal with these. I would suggest to you right now that we are talking between private and association docks in excess of 50. When we dealt with the Ontario Street issue, 77 Ontario Street, if you remember a few weeks or a few months ago, when we were there reviewing that issue, we found 4 more docks on town property. So we've got to deal with that. We could talk about South Portage Road, where the road comes close to the docks. Every one of those docks you can see from the road is probably on town property. It's got to be dealt with. We have to find the way to deal with these. A lot of these will be private docks. A lot of them would be entering into license of occupation and would be insuring. But what we're looking to also find is the way that the community groups can get access to it. And I'll rely on Colleen on this one. If we go with option 1 and the town takes over the full control and installs the docks, we have to be fully ODOA compliant. And I know there's a request coming forth for Thailand Park for the town to install a set of steps and put a dock in. We can't put steps in. Steps are not ODOA compliant. We'd be talking ramps. We could be talking major work. Also in that letter that came forth, we were made aware of a South Ferry Lake Association that has a dock there. We haven't investigated that one yet, but that has a gentle slope to it. That's the sort of area that we're saying, okay, if there's a group of individuals that are coming forth and they're going to make it accessible for the public, not just private use, that we would grant them that approval. So more people would have access to water as per your strategic plan, trying to open up the water amenities and allow them to put that dock in. Town would still be responsible to do a yearly inspection on it. And if we find a problem with the dock, like any other dock, we would contact the person that is signed to be responsible. That person would either take the action to get the dock fixed or town would take the action to remove the dock. We would be insuring those docks because if they're not a legal corporation, they cannot get insurance. And I understand what Councillor Withey's saying about being sued, but I would point out to you that if somebody went to one of these docks today and slipped and fell, we would still be liable today because they are on town property. So there is 2 streams is what I'm saying. The private ones are being looked after in part of this policy. And I think what we're dealing with is the association ones. If you want every group to be legally formed as an association or incorporated and provide their own insurance, that's option 2. And I certainly understand why the clerk's department and why Jessica is recommending that for legal reasons. But option 4 is what our community groups are. A lot of them can't form that association for whatever reasons. A lot of them can't afford it. This would allow them the option as a community group to come forth. Council still approves it as a community group dock, but it's signed as public access. Anybody can use it and it will be part of the town's insurance policy moving forward. I don't know if I've complicated things or.
No, I think you made things much clearer, Steve, and I appreciate that. However, it is option 2 that's incorporated into the policy that's before us that we're being asked to adopt. So as we keep talking about what options we like, the one in here is option 2. Right? Okay. It was Councillor Armour who was next. Dan, you're on mute.
Yes. Thanks very much. I could tell I got a little lost through this whole conversation. Thanks, Director Hernan, for the clarification on that. With that, I actually fall into option 4 now because my concern with option 1 was town builds the dock. My concern with option 2 was the association aspect. So, yep, I follow along. I agree with option 2. So I'll be turning this one down.
Councillor Schumacher, you were next.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm looking at it and I guess I appreciate what Colleen has brought forward is that, I mean, I know in my area, we have public beaches on a number of the lakes that are there, and yet there's still, I can name probably 3 to 4 on Longs Lake that are these docks that are there, and Mary Lake's gonna have 2, 3 times as many. We also have private property that somebody could have built a dock on, and yet you, as Director Hernan said, it's down a private road. So how much access does the public really have to then that town property when you have to go down a private road, which leads to a whole different conversation. But I would agree with Councillor Fitzgerald in the option number 4 is where I'm sort of leaning. I agree with Councillor Withey. I do believe people need to have access. And I know, as Director Hernan suggested, Vernon Shores and Lake Vernon, I know we have a number of properties there, and there's been a number of calls and debates in my area too to have access in around that lake and have access for people out Buck Lake area, people wanting to have the access that they have, right? So it's about how do we balance that? How do we make sure we have public access for everyone on the lakes that are out there? But as Councillor Fitzgerald alluded to, which I do agree, at least we have the 2 streams, is that there are going to be cases where people are going to pay for that occupancy because they've already, for in the case of 77 Ontario Street, have had a dock there for 20 years prior to now all of a sudden this coming into play. And there are a number of residents I know of who have talked to me who have had, their understanding was that property across the road was theirs and they built a dock on it and have had a dock for 20, 30 years. So the ability for them to be able to have the occupancy and be able to pay for that is the great stream. And then I guess looking at, I would agree with option 4 as our second stream.
Okay, I am losing track, but Councillor Wiebe has not spoken yet, so I'm going to him next.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. I'll keep it short. I have been in favor of option 4 the whole time. The calls that I've received in the past are exactly what's been described. A small group of neighborhood people who, with a little bit of sweat equity, can put in a tiny dock in order to launch a kayak or canoe, and that's all they're hoping to do. They're not hoping to even consider a town-owned facility that meets AODA and to have a full-size dock and et cetera. It's simply unwieldy. So I think for the sake of having these small little nodes where people have access, I think option 4 is the way to
go. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I can be really quick. I found Director Hernan's explanation really helpful. Not that the others didn't say it, it's just there were a couple of additional points, certainly the AODA requirements and the explanation of what option number 4 does. So I'm firmly in the camp of option number 4.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I make a motion to replace option 2 with option 4?
Might be able to. I'm just reading what the clerk has put in front of me here. Just a second. I'll tell you if that's the. Yeah, that might work. I'm just before you do that, can I go to the other hands that are up?
Yeah, can I just add one further thing? In the case of the Lions who provide the dock in Port Sydney, it's kind of vital that we make the community aware who's providing that dock, because we rely on the community to make donations to us for us to facilitate the needs of the community. So if we can't let everyone know that we've provided that service, it may hinder our fundraising capabilities and in turn the help we can give to the community as a result. So I would suggest that we remove the no signage on the public use docks. Thank you.
Councillor Whitby.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. Lake associations do not have to be incorporated to be able to get insurance. Just wanted to make that clear. There's a group called FOCA that will insure lake associations that have not been incorporated. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to agree with Councillor Fitzgerald. I was going to suggest the same thing, actually, replacing option 2 with option 4 in the resolution. So I would support that. And if it requires an amendment, I'd be happy to move that as well. However we go about it, Your Worship. Thank you.
Councillor Stone.
I'm comfortable with option 4, but I'm not seeing in here that it is for public use. So this small group of people can have very private use. I would like to add that any docks built by any community association be for the public use.
Tanya?
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. It is town land, so definitely it would be public use. if I can just go to option 4 for one quick second. And we did contemplate option 4, of course, because we knew Director Hernan, that was his choice due to the fact that his concerns that all the associations might not be incorporated. However, I do, as Councillor Withey noted earlier, I am concerned that when these come forward, we're not going to have a member who wants to sign these licenses. So yes, they can, you know, do everything on there, but when we come down to it and say, one of you has to sign this license, my concern is they're all going to go, no way. So that is one of the criteria. Somebody has to be responsible and somebody has to sign. And of course, these will come, all of these requests will come to committee. So you'll be able to hear whether that's at stake or not. I just wanted to note that because that's one of my concerns is nobody's going to step up and sign. And Jessica did do a little research on how much it does cost to get incorporated. Rebecca did do some research on incorporated for insurance purposes. Should you be interested in any of that?
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I apologize, Your Worship. I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. All right, so well, this doesn't address signage in here right now. Okay, Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. I guess just in with Tanya's comment about putting a dock in, if they don't sign the license of occupation, if no one will sign it, I guess in reality, they just won't get a dock at the end of the day, right?
So at this point, there's nothing really.
I guess if they really want a dock, then someone's going to have to step forward for that community.
Okay, I have I guess an amendment to the one on the table, which I already read. I've got it moved by Councillor Fitzgerald. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Alcock. So there might be something coming as far as signage. So it is recommended that the following be added at the end of the first paragraph with the following amendments. Removing reference to incorporated. Allowing for an unincorporated association to apply for a license of occupation with the following provisions. One member enters into the license. The town's insurance policy responds to liability claims only. The association builds and maintains the encroachment dock. Town staff inspect the encroachment annually. If it is found to be deficient, the town notifies the association. Town staff may remove an unsafe encroachment at their discretion and at the town's expense. The association is responsible for replacing the encroachment if damaged or destroyed. The association will circulate the abutting owners. All applications will be presented to General Committee for approval. Now, this hasn't dealt with the one thing signage, but so just stroke it out. So we'll add a bullet point that says that will allow signage. Okay, does that pretty much address what most of committee's looking to see? Councillor Armour?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question about the approachment. So
Yeah, I like to drive them home.
AOTA, so if someone wants, a group want to put a dock in on town property and it just want to have a little grass walkway down to it, is that part of the approachment that you're talking about being maintained, like weed whacking and keeping it open, or would it have to meet AOTA?
No, well, when we're talking about encroachment, we're talking about the dock, basically.
Oh, sorry, thanks.
I think I might have the one that has the signage word in it, so I might as well not call the question until we get it. Okay, all right, so I can call the question on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. So then the main motion. Main motion reads And I'll have it moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock. And it reads just like what I read to you before, only it has areas shall be signed. Other than that, everything reads the same. And further that the license of occupation policy development 07A GC 2117 be repealed, and further that an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw 2020-100 Schedule E to add a provision for license of occupation application and annual rent for an unincorporated neighborhood lake or road association be $0 be forwarded to council for approval. Questions, Deputy Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. So we've switched the signage from no signage to now it shall be signed. And is that what I heard? It shall be.
That's what it says. Would you prefer it to say areas may be
It may
signed?
be, it may be signed, because I can imagine a small community group that's, whatever. But that would, my preference for sure.
My friendly pen just wrote areas may be signed.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? Jessica?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment with respect to the signage. So the no signage that was referenced in option 4 was with respect to Director Hernan was suggesting some signage with respect to who was insuring it, and our insurance company said that that would be inappropriate. So that it wasn't saying that they couldn't have any signage there.
Okay. Steve?
My suggestion on signage was something along the lines to advise the people that it was public property. So it wasn't being used as private use, and that all other municipal bylaws still applied. So people couldn't start storing boats there on a regular basis. So any of our publicly owned town docks, you're not allowed to moor a boat overnight. And we didn't want to start creating small marinas. So we were suggesting a sign that said, it's public property, anybody can use it. All other municipal bylaws apply.
And it still allows for the Lions Club to put up a sign that says maintained by the Lions Club, I read that one, right?
That's correct. This dock is supplied by the Lions Club, or yes.
Okay. All right, all in favor? Opposed? Indifferent? That carries. I knew that was going to take a while. Okay, moving right along. Lisa, public sector salary disclosures, everybody's favorite topic.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So the report before you is an annual report provided as part of our reporting obligations, actually, under the Public Sector Salary Disclosure Act. The Ministry of Finance publishes this information with the current year and actual archived years as well for all organizations that fall under this reporting. So that is usually done in March, and the report is for your information.
Any questions, Council? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. I did have a question. I noticed that this information was out on the Doppler already. What is the policy for releasing this information, when it's released and who it's released to?
Lisa?
It certainly is public information. So once we have it circulating in our agenda, certainly then it becomes public information as well. So does that answer your question, Councillor Fitzgerald?
I guess more specifically, how did the Doppler print this information before it was on an agenda item?
I don't think it was printed before the agenda was out. The agenda was out last Wednesday, or yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they probably took it straight from the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Lisa. Julia, the annual investment report, and I have a resolution on this one moved by Councillor Withy, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that general investment income earned due to the sale of investments on July 2nd, 2020 in the amount of $79,446.94 be transferred to the Public Works Capital Reserve for the year ended December 31st, 2020. Julia.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this year we have a few reports that are going with regards to the investments, and it's a bit of an unusual year in 2020 because we did transition a lot of our investments over to the Prudent Investment Fund, our money not required immediately. So it is broken up a little bit this year, and next year it won't be quite so many reports. But I just wanted to get this information out in front of you. We'll have one more report that comes forward probably next month with the Prudent Investment results from that fund, but we just received that report I think yesterday. So the first report is just this is a result of us extinguishing our one investments on July 2nd, and this triggered some investment income of about $80,000. This has been accumulating over quite some time, so I think since 2015 and 16. So it's not a one-year thing, it's been accumulating over time. And the intent of this, when we did set these investments up, was to have some income that we could use to help with our infrastructure deficit. So it's kind of a revenue stream that will help provide funding for replacing our capital assets. So just in looking at where our biggest funding deficit lies, we're looking at transferring this over to our public works capital. And that's because if you look at our capital plan, we estimated that our total funding deficit is about 11.6 million, and of this is about 9.5 million relating to roads. So that's why we thought we would suggest directing those funds towards that reserve.
Okay, questions, council? Someday there's going to be a councillor that says somebody should get money other than roads, but it's not today. So all in favor of the resolution? And that carries. Reba.
It'll actually be me that's presenting.
Oh, Julia, okay. The council remuneration expense report.
So this report is for information only, and we are required under section 284 of the Municipal Act to provide a summary of council remuneration and expenses for the year. So this is just to provide that information.
Okay. Questions? That's just for information. Okay, Julia, you're still up with the investment report on cemetery trust funds.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, this report.
Sorry, Julia. This one has a resolution. I have to read it. Moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Armour, is recommended that the investment income earned due to the sale of investments on July 2nd, 2020 in the amount of $64,852 be transferred to the Cemetery Capital Reserve for the year ended December 31st, 2020. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay, thank you. So generally we bring forward a report on the cemetery trust funds, just for information only, just so council is aware. These are funds that when there's a sale of a plot, there's a certain portion that has to go into this trust fund that's held in perpetuity. And the purpose of the fund is to create income to be used specifically for cemetery operations. And that's specifically under the Cemetery Act, that's what those funds are used for. And again, so this year it was a bit different. We extinguished all these investments on July 2nd. These funds weren't transferred over to Prudent, but we realigned them. So the 64,000 that we did trigger in earnings was realized, and we are recommending that we transfer these funds over to the cemetery reserve so that we can be using those for future cemetery operations.
Questions? All in favor? That carries. And you have a development charge for information only. Update.
Thank you. So again, this report is to provide the annual statement of the development charges. So it shows what funds were collected and how they were distributed to each of the kind of pots of money, if you will, for each of the different services. If you remember, this is the first year that we've had funds going to each of the different service areas, where in the past we had them all directed to indoor recreation. So we do have a listing too on Schedule B of the amounts that were used. And primarily it was for, we had some funds for a snow blower that were used, 180,000. That was included in the budget, as well as we budget to repay some debenture payments for Forbes Hill and for the Canada Summit Center. And also in the report, we have collected in 2020 about $602,000 worth of development charges. Last year we collected 692. So we have seen some big collection amounts over the past couple of years.
Council questions? Okay. It seems to me with the amount of development charges we're collecting and the growth we're experiencing, we should be able to find ways to use more development funds, but we're very limited on what we can spend it on. Is that right?
Yes, so we did do our development charge study, which is posted on our website, that does outline some of the projects that were identified. So you can only use the development charges for the growth portion of those expenses. So you can't, if you're building a new park, you would have to kind of look at what portion relates to what the service level was before and afterwards. So you can kind of get a gauge of what percentage would relate to actual growth and use that as your funding. I know Director Hearn and I are going to start look at some of the projects that are coming up to see if we can use the funding for that. So we will be bringing that forward too.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Julia. Julia, what are the deferred development charge agreements? I see at the end of 2020 there were $382,000 that had been deferred. What constitutes a deferred development charge?
Through you, Your Worship. So we do have a policy in place that allows for deferrals of both residential and for commercial. I believe the residential one is for 2 years and the commercials for 5, or non-residentials for 5. There's also a new policy, so that's what makes those up, or those are current agreements that we have in place. So those aren't included in the balances. Those are, we won't be including those until we actually receive those funds. We also have a new, well, we're bringing forward more information on the deferrals that are now allowed under the Development Charges Act that were changed in 2020. And there is some automatic deferrals that can take place. And I'll be bringing forward that information. We're just waiting for the district to bring forward a report on the interest rate. I'm sure you're aware of the interest rate that we would be charging on those deferrals. So once we get that information, I'll be bringing back that report.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Julia. Quick question around proposed expenditures and would sidewalks, I mean, did we not identify sidewalks as one of the project areas that we might consider in the future? And is our sidewalks under roads and related? I'm not sure what related is, so maybe it's there. That's my question.
Julia?
I believe that sidewalks were in there. I was trying to find that, and so I didn't quite get it, but I will find it. I know in outdoor recreation we had put in provisions for new parkland development, new waterfront development, and new trail development. So those were projects that were identified in there. And I do believe I'm positive that we did have the sidewalks in there as well.
Okay. As long as they're somewhere. Okay, thanks.
Steve?
I was just going to confirm that, yes, Julia, we did put some sidewalks and some missing links in that we were aware of before we started our master plan process.
Okay, Julia.
I just want to follow up on that. We did have two specific ones. We had Muskoka Road 3 North identified for around for the year 2025. Main Street East missing links, Chaffee to Spingbridge, and also as Director Hernan mentioned, a provision for missing sidewalk links.
Okay, thanks, Julia. Denise, Lakeland Holding update.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So the report is fairly detailed. It's a standard quarterly report that's provided by Lakeland, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions? Okay, thanks for that. Operations and Protective Services. I don't see Brandon. Is Brandon doing the bridge needs study update? Or Steve, are you?
Brandon is, I see him.
Oh, there he is. I see him now. Brandon, are you there?
Why don't I start off and we'll let Brandon, I know we've been having some internet problems down here. Maybe he's froze again, but what you have before you, Mayor Terziano, is the bridge needs study. It's for information only. What Brandon's report points out is that there was no major defects or failures of bridges brought to our attention that we weren't already expecting and planning on. I think the key thing, and I know we looked at it with the roads needs study, in 2018, they identified $2.2 million worth of work that was needed. Here we are in 2020, that's down to 1.9 million. And I think the more impressive number is the maintenance. They've identified in 2018 a little over $200,000 worth of immediate maintenance that's required. And here we are in 2020, we're down to $65,000 worth of maintenance. So overall, our bridges are in good shape. I know the municipality spent a lot of money on South Lancelot, on Jarvis Road. We're doing Gull Bridge this year, Etwell Road Bridge, and it's showing. And once again, I compliment council for continuing to invest money in roads, bridges, sidewalks. It's showing off in our capital assets, and we're certainly heading in the right direction. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and I see Brandon here now. Do you have anything to add, Brandon?
Yeah, I apologize. I just quickly ran to the washroom there. So no, Steve basically hit that off. I'm not too sure if he did mention, but we did add a few things to our study this year. Did you cover those at all, Steve?
No, I didn't.
Hunters Bay Trail floating trail and pedestrian bridge was added to the study. The heritage overhead sign at Center Street North and Howland Drive was also added to our inspection list. So those will be included moving forward. And Jarvis Road was identified as an urgent need and has been replaced by culverts to date. So we will continue to incorporate this study into our overall capital plan and move forward.
Okay, questions? Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Steve and Brandon. Great report. My question is very specific, and I'm glad you mentioned, Brandon, that heritage signs was added, and that would be the heritage sign on the southbound lane of Center Street, right? And I was looking at the chart as to the proposed work that would be done on that, and if I'm reading it correctly, we're not proposing to do anything until like 6 years or so. And I just, from my perspective, and maybe there was reference to the wood is rotting, so it really needs a full replacement. But I wondered, is there any way we could just paint it, because it's almost completely faded out? So that was my question.
Steve?
Like, could, through you, Mayor Terziano. So we were dealing with the structure. So the structure's in solid shape. Scott Oval, our economic development officer, I know has put some money aside for the actual sign itself to deal with the fading of the signs. So a bit of a split on that one. We looked after the structure to make sure it was looked after properly. Scott is dealing with the signage.
Thank you for that. I was sort of curious where that did fit, and so that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Your Worship. Great, really good report. And I don't know if I want to open this can of worms, but I noticed on one of the bridges, 2.9 Domtar Road Bridge, recommended maintenance. The first bullet point was remove beaver dam. Now, as you all know, we had that big beaver dam blowout on Williamsport, which took culverts and stuff like that. Is there anything in here or anticipated in what we do with our bridges to sort of be looking for this stuff, sort of maybe not just next to a bridge, or figuring out if there's any risk either by satellite photos or whatever to avoid huge expenditures when these things destroy roads and bridges?
If I could, through you, Mayor Terziano. So that beaver dam has been looked after. That's on our watch list. We actually have a list of dams that get really active in the fall, and we monitor and watch and as we become aware of them. Yes, Williamsport Beaver Dam has been added to that list, even though the dam is gone now. It's on our watch list. So in the fall, we actually have a crew, 2 people that basically 40 hours a week are dealing with dams and pulling them and working towards that. As well, Operation Manager Kevin Bocock has been working with the community and public input on the Beaver Dam Control Bylaw, and I know he's preparing that to come back to council, which will help with that issue as well. So the simple answer is the dam in question on the Domtar Bridge, Domtar Road Bridge, has been looked after, and it's on our watch list. We have not gone to the extent of studying photo radar, if you will, or aerial radar for dams. We look for known spots and trouble spots that we're made aware of.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship, and great report, guys. Just to reiterate, as Director Hernan said, Gull Trail Bridge was not done in 2020, but it is slated for 2021, and you guys are keeping track of that bridge and its safety throughout this time until it's being looked at?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, yes, we are. We've actually limited the loads on that bridge right now. We have placed some concrete barriers down there right now to prevent any large trucks from traveling across that bridge. You're correct, that was slated to be done last year due to COVID and contractor issues. We put it off until the spring. Brandon has been in touch with the contractor. They are lining themselves up for this spring to go in and do that replacement.
Okay. Thanks for that, Brandon. Steve? I guess that's it for, oh no, we still got Colleen, pickleball courts, tennis courts, pickleball courts, Meadow Park. Colleen.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this report and provide some more information in a verbal way. So this report comes to you today as a result of deputation that took place in November of 2020. A group of pickleball enthusiasts did a deputation and requested some more facilities be made available to them exclusively. The specific request was that the one court at Meadow Park be converted into full-time pickleball as opposed to what it is currently, a shared use tennis, one pickleball. I was given direction to find information related to that, and I did do that. I spoke to a contractor who is familiar with that type of work and performs that type of work, and the price provided is in the report, approximately $32,000 to do that conversion. My colleagues in community services also reached out to the pickleball and tennis groups to gauge their interest in using other facilities that are in Port Sydney and Utterson, which was alluded to earlier in a deputation in this current meeting. So the current tennis court at Utterson, it is scheduled for resurfacing next year, 2022. It is safe to play on at this point, but certainly due to its age and condition assessment, we've scheduled it we'll be bringing it forward in budget discussions for resurfacing in 2022. Both groups indicated they wouldn't be going to Utterson to use that, so we said we weren't going to put the pickleball lines on if there was going to be no uptake there. And then the other point of discussion was Port Sydney tennis courts. So there's two courts on the Clark Crescent Park, and we do have some money identified in this year's budget to begin a renovation discussion about that land. As the previous deputation alluded to, the surfaces there are well, they're aged, number one. The condition of the surfaces is not ideal due to the situation with the trees in the neighborhood. We will be having a public consultation process in March. In speaking with councillors Fitzgerald and Schumacher, we intend to do a presentation as well as a survey in the community to determine what the long-term use is of the Port Sydney Clark Crescent tennis courts. If the intention is to reinstall or resurface the tennis courts there will need to be significant tree removal done in order to create the right environment. The shade, it doesn't lend to good conditions on the surfacing, and the needles dropping from the trees as well. So that's a discussion we're in the process of having. And we look forward to the conclusion of the Community Services Master Plan too, to sort of give us guidance, give all of us guidance in what new facilities are coming forward. So we've listed some options in the report. The report is for information only, but at this point, if there are any related questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thanks, Colleen. We'll go to questions. I had asked Colleen to do some research after the pickleball people first contacted us, and then following that, right after their deputation, I started to get a lot of calls and emails from tennis people. So I knew this was probably going to be an issue for this year. So let's go to questions first. Councillor Thompson, you were first.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Colleen, or I guess it may be even Simone, but with regards to the deputation we heard from Mr. Nakamoto this morning, the one comment that stood out for me was the noise that pickleball players make, I guess, with their hard ball and hard rackets or whatever. Is that really a valid point? I mean, if it is, I guess then what would come into play would be the location of a pickleball court were we to ever build one, type of thing. But is the noise created by pickleball players a valid point, or have we had complaints or comments from anyone else with regards to that?
I can honestly say I haven't heard any of those complaints myself. There is some noise associated with tennis, pickleball. Is the difference in the severity extreme? Again, I haven't heard those complaints, and I wonder if Simone maybe has.
I can tell you, Councillor Thompson, I've heard the complaints about the noise too, and we've had them. I talked to Simone too from both Conroy and Meadow Park. And you'll remember back when there was talk about putting lights on the new Conroy tennis courts, and the neighborhood up there said they didn't want lights there. So I think if we are considering new tennis courts or new pickleball courts anywhere, we need to get them out of the neighborhood if we're concerned about noise and potentially lighting. We can't do it in a residential neighborhood. Councillor Armour is next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a few comments. I know a few people that play tennis and they also play pickleball. So there's a crossover between the two sports by people. And one of their main concerns on both sides is pickleball ball rolling into the tennis court and becoming unsafe for people to run and get balls, and games have to stop, etc. So I don't think it's a good option to put them side by each. I think it's a better option to, if we're going to invest any money, maybe invest it in Port Sydney and see about moving pickleball down there. That's my thought.
Councillor, no, Deputy Mayor Alcock's next, and Councillor Whitby.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Colleen, for the report. I actually concur with Councillor Armour that I'm a huge fan of, we need to respond to the pickleball group because it is really quickly growing. But I think it was something Councillor Withey said when we last talked about this, that to support one group and at the same time maybe take from another group that's quite passionate about their sport by giving them one of the courts that's available. I'm not sure that's the way to do it, and for a number of the reasons that have already been discussed. So I'm not in favor of unilaterally going in and turning one of the tennis courts at Meadow Park into a permanent pickleball. Having said that, I looked at the options and I think it makes all the sense in the world through our community master plan to try and figure out where is the best location. As the mayor just said, you know, we've got to have, there are other considerations. But I guess my final comment is temporarily we've got pickleball players playing in Meadow Park. You know, they've got an arrangement so that could continue. But I don't understand what I heard earlier about is it just the tennis players that are not interested in playing in Utterson, or is it pickleballers as well? Because we were able to offer that up as a temporary solution in the meantime until the master plan was done for pickleballers. Is that a possible sort of temporary solution as an alternative site for the pickleballers?
Colleen?
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Terziano, that question was asked of both groups. And currently there aren't pickleball lines on the courts in Port Sydney or Utterson, so those would have to be added. So that's why we wanted to make sure that if we were going to invest in putting the extra lines on, that they would, in fact, there would be uptake. And they said, no, they wouldn't.
So both pickleballers said as well, if we put lines on there, is and no reason given, or because that seems a bit, if you're looking for courts, you know, that seems odd to me, but thank you for that.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship, and Deputy Mayor Alcock is absolutely right. I firmly believe with the growth of this that we've got to look at permanent solutions, whether it's out at Macaulay or whatever, and putting these things up. I do have a quick question for Colleen. Can you tell me $31,590 to convert? What exactly is being done for that amount of money? Thanks.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Terziano. So the conversion would be, and the request was that it not be a shared use, that it be an exclusive only pickleball line. And what they requested was that 4 courts be on top of what was a tennis court. So it'd be turning sideways. So the existing tennis nets and posts and the foundations in the ground would have to be removed. And then the net posts, etc., for pickleball courts installed on the other axis, and then the posts, the nets, and then on top of, and the surface all being redone after that below grade work was done.
Councillor Schumacher.
Quite on mute. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Yeah, I'm not necessarily opposed to, if we do the resurfacing up in Utterson or Port Sydney, of having both ability or lines on the court, because I think that's what we're going with. It was news to me, I guess, in the deputation that can be confusing. I mean, I know I played on a high school gym where we might have had 4 or 5 different lines. You, I guess, do it as different colors, I guess, would be the option, if Colleen or Simone might know the answer to that. And I know Simone had her hand up a little earlier, and I was wondering what she did have to say with regards to, I guess, the usage in that area.
If I may, first I'll address the colors of the lines, and then I'll turn it over to Simone. Through you, Mayor Terziano, yes, there are slightly different colors of lines that represent one sport versus the other. There is within the industry, there's considered to be the most gentle contrast, so that people who play regularly, they pick up the lines that they're looking for, and they're not as gentle as it can be. They're obviously, you have to be able to see both sets of lines, but they do it in colors that make it as user-friendly as possible, to be honest.
And through you, Mayor Terziano, I was going to comment on, in speaking with tennis and pickleball, they felt that by adding those lines and having those courts in Utterson and Port Sydney to be multi-use, it might alleviate the pressure at Meadow Park and Conroy. So that folks who were wanting to play with their kids or learning to play or popping out there after dinner, that there's certainly some other options if there was already somebody off the court at Meadow or Conroy, that there was just additional options. And as most of these, and as both of these sports grow, there is that expansion into family play because they are recreation as well as competitive, both of these sports. They are multi-generational, and they're both trending right now. So tennis is coming back as well. So there is an impact on those courts to be able to be used more often. And so that was their feeling, that they wouldn't want to move their clubs, but they want them there for other people to be able to use to alleviate the pressure.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Worship. I'm not sure if it's been considered yet or what the results were from looking at putting some pickleball courts inside the Port Sydney Hall, because I know there's a sort of a gymnasium floor there when they played shuffleboard in there, etc. It's a pretty high ceiling. I'm wondering what if we had a number on creating some courts indoors, that would that may solve quite a few of the problems, actually, because outdoor use is weather dependent, and it's inside. There's no noise issue, so I'm just wondering about
that. Who wants that, Simone?
I'll take that one. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Terziano. Pete did look into both of the Utterson and the Port Sydney sites. And Utterson did not work. It doesn't fit. And Port Sydney, I'm just looking for my notes now. I think they're on there. I think they are there. And I'm going to have to confirm that one.
Well, I know they play badminton there, so.
Yeah, and I think
they're similar court sets.
Use. Yeah.
Simone, is there a problem with the pickleball people not wanting to play indoors in the summer? I mean, we have the Jack floor lined for them, right?
We do. So the Jack Arena, pardon me, has 4 courts. We do play there as soon as we get open in April or whatever that is, and that we're out of red, that we can get in there. But they're usually in there in the summer season, and then so they are actually indoors and outdoors. So we have a multiple set of courts for them.
Okay. Councillor Weave, did you have another question?
Yeah, sorry if I may. I just want to remind to the group that pickleball, when I say weather dependent, it's not just rain, it's wind. So if it's windy, you basically can't play pickleball. So ideally, pickleball goes indoors. They'd be able to play all year round. It would alleviate a lot of the strain that the groups are having. If we could keep the tennis as is and provide some extra courts indoors for pickleball at a reasonable price. I mean, people have their own nets, they put them up in their driveway. So surely we could figure a solution maybe for some of our community halls and use them and create a few time slots during the week. I think we've got a winner for far less money and more happy people. So I'd like to see that pursued.
Okay, just a couple of things before we move away from this. So we had pickleball come and ask us to give them a dedicated court at Meadow Park. We've had tennis come and ask us not to do that and to leave everything the way it is until we do our community master plan. We've also offered to do something down in Port Sydney and Utterson, and both groups have said no thanks. We do have indoor pickleball courts on the Jack floor. So I don't know whether we want to actually do a resolution today. My concern waiting for the master plan until November of 21 is that we won't have any solutions probably even in 22 for either group. So the resolution that's prepared here, if we want to pass it, is staff be directed to leave the Meadow Park tennis courts as status quo for 21 and consider future options based on the recommendations from the Community Services Master Plan review. Which, again, I just reiterate my only concern there is we will be at this time in 2022 talking about what we might be doing for pickleball and tennis, and that's a long way off to me. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm okay with the resolution as it is. I mean, the way things are going with COVID, chances are that we're going to go back into lockdown again, maybe in the very, very immediate future here. So I think in the long term, I'd really rather wait for the community master plan. I think there are solutions that Simone and Colleen have worked on to accommodate everyone best as we can with the facilities we have available now. So my feeling is I would support the resolution and wait. I think all things being the way they are, that we might not have pickleball or tennis in any event for the foreseeable future. So I'm okay with the resolution the way it is, Your Worship.
Okay, do you want to move it then? Councillor Thompson, do you want to move that motion? Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to comment, I think some of the reluctance to come down to Port Sydney was due to the condition of the courts there. And let's face it, if they want to play and then there's enough demand, they're going to come to wherever the lines are painted on the courts, whatever courts they are. So I'm tend to agree with Councillor Thompson, although the comments you make, Your Worship, do leave us without a plan for, I think, probably too long to meet the demand. So I don't know what the solution is. I think it is that they'll have to travel to Port Sydney or to Utterson if the demand is there.
I was going to suggest also to Simone that maybe in the first meeting with the consultants doing the master plan, that we encourage them to tackle the piece about pickleball and tennis courts and everything early on, and maybe we get some preliminary recommendations and not have to wait to a final plan. So we could do that.
I can certainly request it.
Councillor Schumacher?
Well, yes, and I guess through you, Your Worship, I would hope that, I know, as Colleen alluded to, we are going to be doing some consultation with A, user groups, and B, the residents of Port Sydney. And I think maybe we should be including Utterson in that, as we do have it proposed for 2022. And that's set for hopefully March of this year. So I think we're going to get some feedback sooner rather than later when it comes to the courts in the south and what we're seeing or utilizing for that.
Councillor Armour and then Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, we made an interesting comment there when he talked about people setting up courts in their driveways. So I'm just wondering, is there any opportunity for them to set up courts up by the lookout in the field up there, or is the ground not unstable? Like I'm assuming you don't need a bouncy surface, it's just bouncing the ball back and forth, right? So I'm not really sure.
I can speak to that. They do need a bouncy surface. So the ball that they are playing with is a wiffle ball. So, you know, the ones with all the holes in them, the really hard plastic with all the holes. So, and it's like a table tennis paddle, only much bigger. So it is quite a whack, and they do need a surface. So many people in our pickleball tennis or pickleball nets are portable, and that's what we put on the jack floor. We drag 4 of them out every day. So we have multiple. We also have the upper ALC that we've used in the past. So we have a number of these. We have loaned them out in the community, and we could continue to do so with COVID, so that people could play in parking lots, driveways. Certainly we have a number of folks who have invested in their own. So they're great little units. They're great for families as well as our local groups. So we do have them also on our seniors grant application to purchase additional pickleball nets that are portable, so that we can find some alternative places to play.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would support the recommendation, but with the proviso that all of this discussion is kind of part of it, which is that we are exploring all of these possible options in the meantime, and that we're consulting with this particular community group, both tennis and pickleball, up front in the master plan. And I guess the final thing is, my understanding was the Utterson courts are in better shape than the Port Sydney. So if you're doing consultations on Port Sydney, it almost strikes me, and we don't have pickleball lines on the Utterson courts. So is that not part of the solution temporarily, that maybe we could put pickleball lines on the Utterson courts in the meantime? And even if they've said they're not interested, it still is another option while we're speeding up their component of the master plan process. I just think as many options that are available on a temporary basis is a good thing.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if we couldn't expedite the resurfacing of the Utterson courts. I mean, can we not get it into 2021? It seems like a pretty straightforward task of new surface, pickleball lines, tennis court lines, a couple of basketball hoops, ball's your uncle. Let's see if we can get it done. And I don't know if that's possible, how the budget works for that, but I don't know. It seems simple enough that we just do it. So, correct me if I'm wrong.
Steve?
I just wanted to touch base on Councillor Weeb's comments. We did an inspection on all our assets, and last fall when we were down to Utterson, it certainly is not in dire shape as I know the delegation presented to council. There is a crack on the back left-hand corner that we're aware of, and we're watching to see what it's going to do, and we're looking at doing some remedial work on that. But the Utterson court is actually quite a little gem. That whole park is a gem. It's a beautiful facility down there. Actually, I think Mayor Terziano and the CAO, Corey, we happen to be in there in the spring for other reasons. It's a great little facility, but it certainly is not at the stage that it's in dire need and people can't play on it. I believe the groups don't play there, but there is many people that go down and play tennis on that little gem because they know they can get in and out of there. But large groups, it's only one court. So I just wanted to point that out. It is on our radar. We are watching it. We'll do some remedial work in a few years. It's slated for a redo, but the Utterson court is actually in very good shape.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I tend to agree with Councillor Weeb. I just think we should go for the public consultation and see what the residents want on those courts. Maybe someone should introduce the pickleball game to Sam Peters. He seems to have a bit of asphalt over there in town.
Okay, I think we've talked this one to death. I still need a seconder for the resolution, though. I have it moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Stone. So it's recommended staff be directed to leave the Meadow Park tennis courts as status quo for 2021 and consider future options based on recommendations from the Community Services Master Plan review. All in favor of the resolution? That carries. That doesn't mean that we won't continue to explore options. And it also doesn't mean, the one thing that I didn't point out again today is, as much as the groups are arguing over who gets what, we have regular people who don't belong to either group who are not happy that they don't get any time on the tennis courts. So, and I've talked to staff about making sure not everything is scheduled to groups, that there is some public playtime out there too, so. Okay, council, I think we have to take a little break. Do you want 15 or 20 minutes to try and have a sandwich, or we've probably still got at least 45 minutes left, so 15, 20? 15, good?
20?
20? Okay, let's go to 20 minutes. So 12:30, we'll come back at 12:30. Thanks. Okay. Oh, Counselor Fitzgerald still has his hand up. How many are we waiting for, Counselor? Okay, Counselor Fitzgerald, are you there? Everybody get a bite to eat or a cup of coffee? Good. Okay, Chris, are you here? Yes, you are. Okay, let's start with the 2020 building permit program overview.
Perfect. I do have a PowerPoint that I'll share quickly.
Okay.
Just go through it. Is it up on the screen right now?
It is.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Your Worship and Committee. I'm pleased to provide you with the 2020 building permit year-end report. The report provides an overview of accumulated revenue and the direct and indirect costs associated with the building department, along with highlighting previous year's permits and construction values numbers for the area. I'm happy to say that the town had another successful year, which is reflected in a positive revenue base, and as a result, we are contributing to the Building Department Stabilization Reserve Fund in accordance with the Building Code Act and the town policies. Oh, geez.
So we lost your screen, Chris. Oh, you're back.
There it is. Perfect. So as you can see through these charts, although Huntsville saw a decrease in permit numbers and overall construction values, when you consider the impact of COVID affecting the industry for roughly 2 months last year, we aren't that far off. Comparing previous construction activity over those 2 months puts our projections in line with the previous years. So this is a map showing our 2020 applications. It was included within the report as well. I'd also like to note that staff had some success in additional areas other than the day-to-day operation. During COVID downtime, staff resources were allocated to focus on open building permits, and I'm happy to report that throughout that time period, 342 permits were closed related to exterior projects, and over the year, 735 permits were closed. In support of our annual MPAC assessment, the building department was also successful in subcontracting a scanning project that scanned all documentation from 2015 to 2019, creating digital copies so that if MPAC was requesting this information, we could send them directly. Finally, as most of you know, the department was successful in implementing an online solution for the building department. And as of 2021, we will only be using this gateway to accept building permits. This initiative was also supported within our strategic plan item. So in moving forward, we will continue to focus our effort in closing permits. And we have already sought legal advice on how to expedite this process. We will also be providing the industry with support through virtual meetings and training towards the new e-solution, and with the hopes of in-person meetings once we're able to. So that's about it for the report. I'm happy to answer any questions on it.
Thanks for that, Chris. We should let your screen up.
There you go.
Okay, great. Questions? Councilor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Chris. Just a quick question on inspectors. We're down? Are we down? Do we have a full complement of inspectors at this point? Because it wasn't. Anyway, I'll let you answer. Thanks.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, we have maintained a full complement through COVID and everything. Again, the restriction throughout the 2-month aspect and our current or our previous restrictions made it so that no new building applications could be issued. However, if a building permit was in fact issued prior to the dates and had started construction, they were able to continue to request inspections. That did limit our inspections, so that's where staff were reallocated to look at closing off those permits at that time. So our full staffing complement is still active, and we are still doing day to day. So,
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Christopher. Chris, the numbers of outstanding permits, I think a couple of years ago, was in the 800 range. You've mentioned that you closed 300 and some this year. So does that mean we still have around 400 to go?
So through Your Worship, there's actually a significant more than the 800. It's actually in the thousands. So we are slowly, taking care of that. One of the things that we're doing with this new e-solution is going through all of our previous building documentation and seeing if there is a written final notice in there, so that both our electronic copies of the permit and our hard copies are up to date. And then we can kind of tee down that those open permit numbers. Like I said in the report, we are also seeking legal advice to get an understanding if there's an ability to, mass close building permits from a certain date. But we'll obviously be bringing a report ahead of council if we do have any direction in that. So, yeah.
Councillor Robert.
Thank you, Chair. So when you're closing these building permits, do you come across some buildings that have an occupancy permit yet or haven't been completely finished? And if you do, how do you address that?
So yeah, through you, Your Worship. We are taking a more proactive approach and looking at the building permits that are open and getting in touch with the owners. Within our fee schedule, there are abilities to administer some additional fees to get out on site. But basically, upon request at this point, we are attending site, making sure that we're reviewing it under the code that the permit was issued at the time, and ensuring that it is at that time meeting the requirements of the inspection that we're conducting. Some of them have, like you pointed out, have been occupied previously. So if that's the case, obviously we're going in, a little bit more stringently and making sure that smoke alarms have been updated, within this year. The heating and balancing and everything like that on it, like we would with a traditional permit, is all up to par, but making sure that we are, following up with those properties if there are some deficiencies. So.
Okay, thanks for that, Chris, and congratulations on getting so many of those closed off. I think that's great, and look forward to the day that they're all done. I think you're still up for a report on short-term rental, and this one has a resolution, so I'm going to read it first. Moved by Deputy Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that staff be directed to research third-party data providers that can provide short-term rental host information, which will support the enforcement of the short-term rental bylaw 2020-91 program across the municipality. And further, that the Director of Development Services be authorized to enter into an agreement, provided the cost of this one-time service does not exceed $14,000, to be funded through the short-term accommodation portion of the MAT reserve. And further, that the short-term accommodation rental stabilization reserve fund policy as attached to report 2021-24 be approved for a short-term accommodation rental stabilization reserve fund be established as outlined in the policy. Chris.
So I do have another PowerPoint, if that's all right. So just to kind of give you some history on the program. So this program was adopted in response to the implementation of the MAT and the committee requests, and the understanding that Huntsville had, hundreds of hosted operating in contravention to the municipal bylaws. At the time of the discussion, short-term rentals, we were one of the smaller number of municipalities to implement the short-term rental program. Since then, larger municipalities such as Toronto and Ottawa have adopted similar programs, which has led to the revamp of existing bylaws with stricter fines and some more stringent rules. Due to the direct impact of COVID, the enforcement of compliance was moved to July 2nd, 2020. As of today, I'm happy to report that over the 8 months, we have received 135 applications, with 95 being licensed and only 9 being denied. The applications that remain in limbo may require additional information to be submitted and/or the site inspection to be completed. Some development that I would like to highlight since implementing the program include an online application portal, an interactive mapping system for active addresses, and the adoption of a third party to accept the MAT tax for the short-term rental on behalf of the town. It should be noted that the service will be mandated through future applications and upon renewal of existing applications. Within this report, staff are asking to obtain a third party to provide property details on all active short-term rentals within Huntsville not currently registered. This will help staff move from a complaint-based approach to a more proactive approach. In some cases, staff have struggled to gain compliance after receiving a complaint, as a resident may not be able to provide the property address and only a rental agency number. When reviewing the rental agency information, the address of the unit isn't always noted, and therefore staff have had to cross-reference locations with municipal information, and in some cases, properties cannot be pinpointed. In regards to details of the third party, staff are looking to obtain the service for 1 year, with updates on the host being provided throughout that year. This information shall capture multi-agencies that hosts are using in our area. We will then use this information to notify non-compliant individuals of how to obtain compliance, and feel that this investment will be offset by application revenues and/or administrative penalties placed on properties. With the ongoing evolution of this program, we are proposing that a reserve fund be established. This reserve shall be used to offset future expenses that aren't covered under the calendar year's revenue, thus reducing the impact of the levy. These expenses may include IT hardware and software support, wages, legal expenses, and so on. The attached governing policy is similar to the one established for the building department reserve. The suggested 2-year coverage of the program will ensure that revenues collected could offset revenue shortfalls and staff increases without the immediate need to increase user fees should this be required in the future. That's all I have to say, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Chris. We'll go to questions first. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Chris, for the report. It's the same question, but 2 parts, and that is, As to the third-party data provider, do we have an idea who does that? Or who we're looking at? And the second part of that is that what the City of Ottawa has decided to do, or the City of Toronto? Because I think you said they've actually tightened up the regulation.
So yeah, through you, Your Worship. So earlier on in the process, and when Scott and Katie were bringing reports forward, they were contacted by a third-party agency. Staff have reached out to that party to get an idea of exactly what they would be able to provide as far as information and everything, and to make sure that it would be something valuable to obtain. We would, although we have reached out to one, we will be reaching out to multiple sources in the industry to make sure that we are, getting the, I'll say, best bang for our buck. As far as Toronto and Ottawa, I apologize, I don't know their direct program, and I don't know if they are utilizing a third party. I know staffing wise, they are substantially larger than us, and do have that. So, yeah.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Chris. It's a good report. My question: when people apply, and you mentioned some had been denied, and I'm hearing a lot from constituents out there that there's a concern that these are sort of taking over wide swaths of area. And in particular, I know of a lake where there's basically 12 buildings around the lake, and 6 are already full-time Airbnbs and more to come. And it's just destroyed the whole lake for quality of life for full-time residents and stuff like that. So when you're looking to permit somebody to allow them to operate one, do you take stuff like that into account? What the neighborhood's looking like and the density of these things and that kind of information?
So through you, Your Worship, at this time, we're only enforcing the bylaw as it's written. That being said, those restrictions aren't put into our current bylaw. I know that there are some other municipalities who have created, even a maximum number of applications that they'll accept per year. I don't know of anybody that has restricted zones within their municipality as of yet. However, it was always noted within this process that this program will evolve over time, and should council have an opinion on that or wants or give staff direction to look into that, we'd be more than happy to oblige, for sure.
I'd like to give that direction if I might.
Actually, if you hang on, Councillor Withey, the next item of business, I think, will address most of your concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and further to Councillor Withey's comments, I have the same concerns and looking forward to that discussion for sure. Chris, with regards to short-term rentals in floodplain areas and the requirement that rezoning take place, have we made any progress in that area, or where are we with regards to the status of those particular applicants?
So through Your Worship, yeah, as you may know, the allowance to operate a short-term rental on a residential is with the zoning bylaw and the amendment that was put through. So you're absolutely right. At this time, it is based on a rezoning to potentially permit them. I know that there has been motions suggested at the planning department. However, I believe my director is here as well, and I'm not sure if she would like to chime in on where that sits.
Good afternoon. Sorry, everybody. There's a lot of light behind me today. At this point, I'm afraid I don't know if any of the committee of the applications have been submitted for the residents who were operating short-term rentals in the floodplains. Committee did pass a resolution stating that they all had to be submitted within, I think, a 3-month window in order to receive benefit of a reduced rate. And to my knowledge, I haven't seen any of those applications, but I have not been involved in the day-to-day operations of the planning department recently with the LPAT hearing. So I can follow up and send an email and confirm though.
Councillor Stoll?
Yeah, so getting back to the recommendation here, so the third party that we're looking at here, we're hoping that they will do 2 things: identify Airbnbs that are not licensed, and will they be collecting the MAT fee for us?
So through you, your worship, we're actually looking at this stage to obtain the third party strictly to give us the property information. So as I kind of highlighted in the report, we've had some complaints, and we get them in the building realm as well, where there's someone across the lake that's operating a short-term rental, and so we get a complaint. There's someone building something, on a property across the lake. In building realm, it's a little easier because we can go to site and we can see it happening. Where in short-term realm, they don't have, anything posted or anything like that. And when you go on, somewhere like Airbnb or VRBO website, that address may not be supplied. So that's where we're looking for this third party to give us all that information, and we take a more proactive approach, going, hey, as per the bylaw, you're illegally operating a short-term rental. You need to come in and get licensed. And so that's what we're looking for, the third party. As far as the MAT tax and that collection, we're already in agreement with somebody else dealing with the MAT tax directly. And that seems to be going fairly smooth. So
just as a follow-up, if I can, so Airbnb, for example, used to actually identify and collect the tax, and they have collectively decided until they're pushed by the province, they are not going to do that. Is that correct?
So through your worship, I would say that is accurate. Earlier on, I know Scott and Katie did have communication with Airbnb, and they were going to provide us with all that information. And although staff have reached out to them several times over the year, they have gone silent. So I think when we were developing this program, there was a means to get that information. However, unfortunately, we aren't getting it. So now we're at a stage of let's be more proactive and get as many properties registered with the MAT tax as possible, right? So.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship. So essentially, yeah, you're trying to find all these ones that are evading the system and not sort of legally abiding. I mean, I get the calls about somebody who puts their rental property up online and they have 16 people, but maybe only have 1.5 bathrooms, right? So they're not obviously able on a well in, any of our rural lakes to be able to accommodate that. So they're obviously not the ones that are coming forward to legally say, hey, I'm doing a short-term rental and I'd like to be upfront about it. So that's what this third party is going to find, is all these ones that are essentially doing that.
Through your worship, yes, you're absolutely correct. And that brings up a good note. We have had, we've been very successful of reviewing septic systems throughout this program as well, and educating, hosts on, as you pointed out, this septic system has only been designed for 2 bedrooms and you're applying for 8. So, by going back and forth, we are, sorting that out. There's actually been systems where they said, no, we need 8 bedrooms and we're going to replace it and everything like that. So that's a good news story, because usually they're 30 plus years old. But yeah, no, you are correct in that this third party will be presenting us with a list of properties within Huntsville, and verifying that list against MPAC data and allowing us to more or less create, a generic letter to send out and make sure that we're getting compliance within a certain time frame. So, yeah.
Okay, Chris, just finally, the licensing fees and I guess maybe if there's been any penalties, that's currently going to pay for the staff person we have. And you see this program at some point generating more money than we need to pay for that person, and therefore that's what would create a reserve?
That is correct. We even saw that last year. So we did generate more revenue than we had expenses. So that was a good news story. However, we didn't have the means to put that in a reserve, and kind of, if we had that money, that could almost offset the, this third party and not being required to take away from the MAT tax, right? So within the policy, we've noted that we would have the ability to replenish that MAT tax allowance, and we're hopeful. Yeah, I like to run a successful ship, so I'm hoping that it continues on. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Councillor Thompson, did you have another question?
I do, Your Worship. Thank you, and through you to Chris. Chris, concerning the amount being set aside, the $14,000 to provide this particular service, doesn't seem like a lot of money. What duration of time-wise are we looking at to accomplish this particular project for $14,000? It's pretty short term, is it?
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, we are looking at just obtaining this third party for 1 year. So that 14,000 we're allocating to that, with the hopes that, through the administrative penalty, ideally more towards the application revenue being brought in, that cost will be offset. And we're hoping that once we receive that letter, we'll immediately have staff setting out our letters of compliance. So we're hoping, by depending on when we can, get into a contract with somebody, we're hoping by this summer that we have all of our notices of compliance out, and hopefully everybody registered for this summer. So.
Okay, you've all heard the resolution. All in favor? That carries. Thanks, Chris. That brings us to new business. And the first item, just while we're talking about it, I asked this to be put on the agenda, and I needed a mover and seconder, but I'm hoping you've all been bombarded with calls and emails about Airbnbs and the problems associated with them, because I feel like it's nonstop in my world, and I think it's time to do something about it. And to that end, we developed a bylaw, and like everything else, and now it's time to tweak it and make it work a little bit better. So to that end, I have prepared a resolution, which I would need a mover and seconder for, that says, whereas the short-term rental accommodation licensing program has been active since June of 2020, and whereas it is believed that various areas of the program would benefit from a full review, therefore is recommended staff be directed to bring back a report containing recommendations for the following. So these are the things we're hoping to get staff to look at further. Investigating stronger enforcement regulations, including the potential to suspend a license on the first, second, and third infraction when complaints are received. Limiting the total number of units licensed by our municipality. Adding a limit on the number of units one owner can license. And further, that a report be brought back to the next regular general committee meeting. Now, there may be other things that people have thought of that we should look further into, but those are the main points that have been raised for me that we need to do something about. And I know COVID hasn't helped. The complaints have been even more because of COVID, but let's open it up for conversation. Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Worship. That's a great start, your list. I would like to have something added that talks about density of these things. So, you know, there isn't a full street of Airbnbs with one full-time resident on it that's not getting any peace. But I would absolutely move your motion.
Director Maxwell, can you comment on that idea of density or certain areas having more?
Sorry, I have to apologize. I'm not quite sure why my screen is so terrible. Absolutely, we can look at it as one of the things that you'd like us to review and just confirm whether or not it's something that could be put in place, what that would look like and how we would manage it.
Okay, we'll add that then. I just want to make sure it's something that we can look at before we add other things. Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted a bit more clarity on the ability to suspend a license on the first, second, or third strike. Can someone kind of clarify that for me?
Do you want me to, Kirsten, or do you want to?
No, I can speak to it. Thank you. What we could look at is whether or not once a strike is I guess, placed on a property, whether or not that would also result in not only an administrative fine, but a suspension of their license for perhaps a period of 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that, if that's something that committee and council would like to see us incorporate into the bylaw and how we would enforce it.
So right now our bylaws gives you 3 strikes before anything happens. And I think we've seen cases where it's not meaningful to the people that are where the infractions are occurring. So, Councillor Stone.
Thank you. I'm just curious about limiting the number. How will we achieve that number? How do we even know? We haven't even started to collect the number of Airbnbs that are out there right now.
There's areas that still limit the number of Airbnbs they allow within the municipality. It could be like a lottery. You could say we're allowing 200 per year, or you could pick anything you wanted. This is just to investigate to see how we would do it if it would work for us. Councillor Armour, I think you are next.
Thank you, Your Worship. For myself, I'd like to see something that would reflect the density on the smaller lakes, not only in the whole area of Muskoka or a whole area of Huntsville, Port St. Edison. So, for example, places like Otter Lake, how many Airbnbs could actually be on that lake to save it?
Density. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Worship. I absolutely support this. I think it's great you put it on the table. As far as the analysis of I think I've heard from more people about the Airbnbs with the absentee landlords, the ones that buy a house that was once owned by permanent residents, you know, whether it's a cottage or even off the water, and they turn it into a full-time Airbnb. And that's we're actually, even in my neighborhood, we're seeing more of that. And that's, from my perspective, I'd love to see the distinction between those who are just renting out rooms in their homes versus those that are just, it's a business. And just to know what the numbers are around that, and maybe there are different rules, you know, because that's where I hear actually more complaints from people.
And that's the very area that we're interested in limiting the number of licenses, not limiting the number of licenses where people rent a piece of their home.
Right, perfect. Councillor
Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I support this, and I think that it's a good idea to have some, I guess, enforcement with a little more teeth to it. I think that the 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. is doesn't really require these people to vet who's coming to stay at their place. And like Councillor Withy said, you know, what if you're the only neighbor on your street and everything else is Airbnb or on your shoreline? Or so I think maybe we need to tighten it up a bit so we don't end up in these situations more often than not. That's it.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I agree with Councillor Armour and pretty much everything that's been said so far, especially on smaller lakes or any lake as far as that's concerned, because as you know, problem and noisemakers on a lake, the noise itself is amplified by virtue of being on the water and that kind of thing. So it could be a percentage thing, like if your lake is, you know, 100 hectares, it could be like a percentage of based on that. The other thing that I'm concerned about or questioning is the enforcement or the complaint issue, I guess. I mean, if I'm in conflict with my neighbor and he or she runs an Airbnb, I could complain every time they open it up, and it wouldn't necessarily be a legitimate complaint type of thing. How do we determine the legitimacy of these complaints and then therefore the ensuing enforcement?
Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Your Worship. We do review exactly what the complaint is and whether or not it is something that is related to the operation of the short-term rental or a normal complaint. For example, a noise complaint would apply because noise is noise is noise. Doesn't matter if it's a house or if it's a full-time resident or a short-term rental property. So every complaint is investigated to determine whether or not it would be considered valid or if it's vexatious amongst neighbors. And if it is a valid complaint, the administrative penalty is levied against the property and a strike is laid.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I have to apologize again. I forgot to lower my hand, Your Worship.
No problem. Councillor Armour.
Thank you. I'd like to see some more clarification in the definition of what a short-term rental is, because I know during COVID with the restrictions, some were renting them for 31 days, for 32 days, so they could claim they were exempt from the short-term rental. So I think if they have a license to be a short-term rental, then they need to be treated as a short-term rental. Just something to define it better.
Yeah, and that's something I think that because of COVID is new to us, and we can tighten up our bylaw with things like that too. I'm going to get Crystal to put the resolution on the screen so that everybody can see it, because this wasn't in your package. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Withy, seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock, and I will let you read it. And basically says the points we talked about before, and it has the addition of short-term rental accommodation properties, the density of short-term rental accommodation properties. And I think our staff heard where our concerns were about an entire neighborhood or an entire lake or the size of lakes. So without reading that again, are there any further questions? All in favor? And that carries. Okay, we have a new leaf Muskoka's climate strategy, but there was no ask or anything there. We have the Junior C orders, and I have a resolution that I need a mover and seconder to. Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that staff be directed to bring back a report to the March council meeting with the details of the request from the Junior C auditors to waive the rental contract fees for 2020 and 2021 due to restrictions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And Simone, I think you or Greg was here earlier, heard we just need to really have the actual amount. so that we can make a call. Councillor Fitzgerald?
You read waive the rental contract fees for advertising or rental contract fees?
Rental contract fees. Yeah, it should be advertising fees. You're right. I'm just going to strike out rental contract and put in advertising fees. Okay. All in favor? That carries. Thanks for that catch. And that brings us to the end of our, one other thing under new business is just for council's information, our costs for keeping the ice in April, the numbers that we heard on Monday night are not totally accurate. So when they come back at our March meeting, they'll have more up-to-date costs and numbers, as well as the rental opportunities and desire to have ice by the users. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Can I request that comes in a visual presentation rather than a verbal presentation?
You certainly can. I think we maybe learned from Monday night that we'll get everything written, or everything possible written. And that brings us to general information, and Deputy Mayor Alcock has an update for us on the Park Trail Association, which she attended a general meeting on behalf of the town.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I know everybody's tired and wants to move on, so I'll try and really be brief. But you'll recall back in October. It's funny, I don't recall in October, but in October we had a presentation from the former president of the Park to Park board in October, and everybody knows what Park to Park is. It's a volunteer-based organization that has created unbelievable trails between Georgian Bay and Algonquin Park, and they're for ATVs, snowmobiles, cycling, all of it. They presented in October because Huntsville used to play a fairly active role. We contributed $3,000 a year up until the end of 2012. We used to have members that sat on the board. And then we moved away from that, and we weren't the only municipality. There are 9 municipalities that are involved, and as well as 1 million volunteers. The 2 municipalities that have sort of the biggest stake or have the most vocal interest have been Parry Sound and Seguin. And so the new president of the board is a councillor from Seguin. And when I attended the AGM, which is also what the direction from this council was, that we would no longer be on the board. We had stopped, as I said, making payments years ago, but we would represent the town at, when requested. And so to the mayor's point, we were requested to attend their AGM. And I have to say, without going into all of the details, it was a most bizarre meeting, partially because they were going through a bit of a governance structural change, but it seemed to be happening publicly. And so they've got a new board that is represented heavily by the municipalities who have the biggest stake. And I believe this new board is trying to bring everything back on track. This may be familiar to you, Councillor Armour, because I think you've had some involvement in the past. Anyway, so it was, as I said, an unusual evening. And the day after, what happened at that meeting, they asked representatives from all 9 municipalities to attend the meeting, and they had a recommendation that we would all be voted in to sit on the board. And frankly, one of the 3 municipal reps who were not currently on the board, and I spoke out, as did the others, we weren't ready. I didn't have a motion from our council to even accept that. And as it turned out, there was a bit of a division, and that didn't happen anyway. So since then, I've been trying to think we got a great letter from the new board president, who is a councillor from Seguin. What they're looking for from the municipalities, and this includes Lake Bays and Monteith and Perry, is they want to know that we are still interested in the ongoing activities of what they do, because as I said, they have provided incredible trails, and a number of the bridges and trails need some ongoing work. They went through their budget. They're okay this year. And we didn't budget 3,000 for our 2021 budget anyway. So I'm not suggesting that as having gone to this AGM, that we do propose to send a rep to sit on the board, even though they'd like it. I have checked with Lake Bays and McMurray, McMurray was in attendance that night, and their councils decided to just continue to send a rep at their future meetings so that they can continue to get the information that they need if and when they decide to contribute financially again. Moreover, the important part is they need municipal involvement because they want to apply for significant funding from the federal and provincial governments through grant programs. And it was helpful for them if they know that they have support from the various municipalities where the trail is located. So it's my thought that if council were to approve, that we would support continued monitoring and involvement by sending a rep to their future meetings, not as a board member, but as, to their meetings. And that when we do, then we'd have something to report back at our next budget cycle if we felt that that was something that we wanted to do. But I think they'd be happy if we were able to send a letter from your worship to say that it was discussed at council and we will continue, and here's the representative that will attend these meetings. So that's my proposal. If no one is interested, I mean, I could attend those meetings, but I certainly don't want to do it without an alternate, because hopefully not all the meetings were the same as the AGM. That's all I can say. Sorry, that's my report.
Thank you. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. I would more than consider going back onto that committee again, but as you said, it was a little bit different each time, and it really didn't reference us, some scope or Lake Bays or et cetera, because there is no trail connection for us. It sort of ends, but if the mayor wishes to have somebody on that board and bring back reports, or I would consider sitting on it again.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, just that.
Thank you, Councillor Armour.
Okay, council, we would need to do a resolution, and the clerk advised me we should prepare a resolution for our March meeting to do that. And I think I'm hearing that Councillor Armour is actually volunteering to be the rep, and Councillor Alcock will be the alternate. So we'll get a resolution prepared for March for that.
May I clarify something? So Councillor Armour, are you happy to be on the board?
No, I'd rather just be a rep. That'd
right.
Be great.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. I just wasn't sure. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, both councillors. All right. That's it, guys. We've done it. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 1:21 p.m. All in favor? Great job. That was a really long agenda. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff.
Stay